Everything gone wrong. Let's try 22 seconds in. I am logging stuff. So here we go. 0:0. Oh, maybe just like that. Unmute the OBS. I don't know why I had it muted. I don't remember. I don't recall. Haha, I'm funny. There we go. So I'll repeat what I said for 22 seconds before I realized the bar was gray. At 1:00. The old quote, and I couldn't find the original source where I first heard it a many decade ago, says, open, whatever it is, your little show, your shindig, your gathering, open with levity. And I thought about it, but this is the thing where the only light I can say about it, or levitius, is if you scroll in the description, you will see that I thought about. Let me zoom it so you can read it too. And try to think what to say about this stuff, like a deep end, maybe with warnings. DEW. If you throw out the E or make deep end one word, it's my initials too. Show is that I don't swim in the deep end. I'm a shallow person. Meaning, I try to keep my mind, my heart, and my everything off of this stuff. But life. So at 1 minute in, we discuss that. We'll say equals. And I can't see the chat. Hold the line, please. It's all right. There's nothing in the chat. Let me put in the chat. 6:55 p.m. Eastern. Finally online. Sorry for the delays. Ice, ice, baby. All right. I got that in the chat. Open with levity. I don't swim in the deep end. I am. Always capitalize the am in I am. A shallow person. Like, hey baby, what's your sign? All that. Open with levity. It, put a little red balloon after that. Ain't, with a proper apostrophe. Effing, but the proper way said. Funny. My Uncle Homer. And that's what's wrong. Even if you are a gallows humor or nervous laughter type of person like me. All right. When you get back to the thumbnail and the imagery, and I don't want to mangle her name too much. So we'll just call her Iz. IZ. That's her initials. I understand, and I've asked the Google. Everything gone wrong. Let's try 22 seconds in. Oop. Pause. I had echo chambered myself. I have to have this little watching now thing under the bottom of the other screen. Sorry, live world or VODs, people later. Iryna is what the Google bar that I called a giggle bar search said the proper pronunciation. The I is an E, and the Y is like us Americans saying I. Iryna. Sorry, ma'am. I wish I could have been there for you. See the Clint Eastwood movie. Not personally. I wish, as the discussion of this silliness will be. I've been dealing with this North Carolina Private Protective Services Board since 1998, out of the closet since 2010, and all it has amounted to is, essentially, you're only going to tell me F you so many times, you bullies and silly cowards, before I say F me? Yes, you're right. You guys handle it. Or F me, F you. I'm not the one who had the contract to provide the security on this train, board member lady, who, thanks to the last meeting, I guess she don't mind if they treat the little white girls like that, because look how they, being the PPSB, treats the black women. And then we'll go back and discuss again later and over and loopity-loopity-loop. You will be judged by the company you keep, which is another reason I should really shake myself away from the North Carolina board. And also, all that jazz. Let's do 7:30. Already kind of fell into it. Red Balloon. See Stephen King's good book. Tim Curry's great TV miniseries movie. What I mean by wish I could have been there for you, Ladybug or Dennis Bodden, is that I don't think, I believe my work here is more than finished. I have many people in the 74C industry that say, if not for me and my training and my management and supervision or help, blah, blah, blah. When what I felt the calling was to try to get and spread the good word and make somebody have some integrity and stop being catfish in this industry. But that's okay. It's the way of the world. It's been happening for many thousands of years. And by fell into it, I mean the deep end. All of my teaching, all of my training, all of my leading by example offends those that live and wallow in the darkness. So they bully boy me and they play stupid tricks, and I used to call myself the king of red tape recertification because they would disappear my certificates and my everything else, hoping to get me out of their little club. And those one or two in the whole history of it could say they're not sure what they don't like about you, but there's something they don't like about you. And that you're trying to make me look bad. No, you look bad. You're just too low IQ to accept the fact that you Everybody else on earth who's just trying to go about their business and do their things isn't trying to do anything about you. It ain't about you. And even when given the greatest opportunities through enslavement, coercion, and every other form of immoral and illegal thing, Mr. William Bill McRae, you're the one board member, all the meanings of the word member, that's going to get called out and named. Goofy lawyer person. Let's go. Even though it's later, it was 10 something. 11 o'clock. William Bill McRae. Get out of my security industry. Retire from the board. Quit. And, sir, please, for the good of all humanity, truly repent yourself or get off my rock. Even when given every opportunity by a bad, horrifying fate and ugly destiny, you are incapable of teaming, partnering, even using your enslaved to do the work that they could do, and you take all the credit and everything else. Sir, please, for the good of all humanity, retire yourself somewhere. And we're going to play some pieces of at least the latest January board meeting, Class Clown Boy, and get it clear and across to you. You ain't effing funny. Yeah, and all that jazz. Hopping and skipping around because Mr. Bill McRae. You remember that N-word lady 8 months pregnant that you ordered your guys to unlawfully detain and or kidnap? And you thought it was effing funny that she peed herself and called it barely legal in your Freudian slip of your favorite web stuff with your favorite dude Robinson at the time? This is where it all goes back to. Around and around and around. If you don't want it, the modern Miranda warning. Everything you say and do can and will be used against you in the court of public opinion. We may air some laundry during this, but you ain't that important, dude. We'll get to it. And you ain't special. I'm only naming you because you made it your life goal to make my life hell. I'm just gonna journalize about it. So here we go. Ready, kids? Here we go. Still only says one watching now, which is probably me. And that's all good. We have to, which I'm still on the fence or in the aisles or I don't know what. I talked myself all the way up to 15. Hello and welcome. I lie, sir. You guys have stolen any lust for life, or will to survive, or hope. And it ain't just you. It's been far worse dealing with the medical elderly care industries in North Carolina for the last year. They are far worse. I have. Lie. Star. Hope in you and your leadership ability and all the other honorifics and your excellency and your greatness and everything else. New Secretary of Safety, Department of Public Safety, and all that jazz. New Secretary of NC, Department of Public Safety. And I don't know why I keep wanting to misspell your name, sir. I apologize. So I have it up in a tab somewhere, I think. There it is. Double click it. Nope. Double click only got the first name. Secretary Smythe. Look what a handsome. Yay. North Carolina is safe for public safety now. I feel so much better. A true story. Previous was a knucklehead. That's all I'm going to say about that. Good job, Governor Stein, getting rid of the leftovers from previous governor. Huzzah. Copied the name. Paste the name. Mr. Smythe, which I like. I love wordplay. The other thing about the deep end, let me scroll back. Don't mind me. I ramble. The other thing I like about the depend, if you take the space bar out of there, that's adult incontinence pants. It's a good thing. I don't swim in that deep end either. Hello. Smythe is the old, good, proper British or Scottish name for Smith, which is a very popular name, but that's usually affiliated with a craftsman. Particularly in America, we still remember the word blacksmith. Those are the workers of the metals, the makers of our wheels, practically engineers, and they never knew it. Or they did, but they were humble. I have hopes in your name, sir. Do you believe in destiny? And go back and dig up that email I sent to your DOJ thing about PPSB messing around. We'll look it up and see if I can find it in the meeting where there's also other things at PPSB they don't do because they got disciplinaried for it. Not that that matters much. Welcome aboard. I'm going to feign whatever, which leads to. Before we start this deep dive and how this leads to this and this will lead to that, her voice, which I've never heard, sends shivers down my spine. It's a social distortion song. Where we at? 20. I don't even know where to go at 20. What was I about to do? I'm all done. I spent 5 minutes heralding you, sir. I guess let's talk about Blowing the trumpet. I even hate to say it. I don't even know how to spell it. Blowing the trumpet. Which one of those famous old literature book talked about blowing the trumpet? The one I found, the Ezekiel. Let's talk Easy Berry. That was the name of one of my favoriteest horses that everybody said was a monster and you'll never be able to do anything with it. And he hurts and kills people. A thing, do you believe in destiny? I've heard many times in my life. I never taught Easy how to sit, but I taught him a lot of other things. Easy was a good old boy. Pony of America with papers. I forget his full name. And he had a magnificent face. And he was not a monster. He was a good boy. Ezekiel. I forgot the numbers. 33.6. Let's talk about it. I should just leave you up there, sir. I should have used you for a thumbnail, but I don't want to steal your clout. Good luck to you, sir. I hope you're not too susceptible to all of those lunatics that think they are the lunatic in charge of your asylum, sir. And is the PPSB bad? Yes. But are there other things at NCDPS that seriously need help? Yes. If you want to get together sometime, Mr. Smythe, holla. We'll yippity yappity about it. I'll tell you about something. The destiny of things. Where she opened the pages and flipped with her little finger upon her iPad the many things my good Priscilla found today. Read it in the description. A little bit of this is what you meant and what I have meant many times. If you call yourself the watchman, which would be the security that I like to call suck, ear, EAR, itty. That's what it is. And if the people that regulate us are nothing but liars, thieves, cheaters, and we can never do any right, then why should we try? And that's why everybody in this industry don't give a damn. Whether it's willful or utter incompetence and ignore ants, which doesn't mean stupidity or lack of information. It means exactly what the first two syllables say. You know what the right thing to do is. You know what the law says, and you ignore it. Gray man, which is the only way we're going to identify the lawyer, even though those of you witty, smart young people could identify it. Leave him alone. We'll just call him Gray Man. That's all we're going to do. Not the Gray Man. Just another MF and Gray Man. There's 325 million of us here in America. Up to 348 if you include the not documented, poorly misplaced immigrations. I will hold the watchmen accountable for their blood. Because they didn't sound the alarm. No one said alarma, alarma, or blow the trumpet to warn the people. Sort of kind of what I'm trying to do here. And I don't want to. But When you're called out, you come out. That's another saying of mine. Anyway, the way my Priscilla worded it today, and I didn't write it down word for word when she said it. I was failing at my field note taking and report writing. See the book, it's free online. But here it is. Here's my report on it later. Let me see what she said. Well, the freshest recollection I have, I put in the description. Her version. The blood is on the watchman's hands. Or worse, when you found yourself being the watchman and you were almost 17 years old and had already lived some hard stuff, but apparently not hard enough. If you're not a piece of garbage who says things like, who cares about that N-word woman, Mr. Bill McRae, that pissed herself 8 months pregnant because your little zombie bot hooligans that work for you would not let her leave her own workplace. Just doing their job. Don't want to get cussed at by Bill. Let alone when they just ignore everything that's right and good in the universe and they're just another scared child like you, Bill McRae. I don't care how old and saggy and wrinkly your skin gets. You are a child. We'll look that up later. Those of us who didn't have long 70+ year childhood, when the running girl, 11 years old, turned into the dead girl in my arms in 1986. It's what drives me. Did I want that? No. Did I try to rescue and save her? Yes. Did I try to hold her lifeblood in her neck as it squirted out between my fingers? Yes. And if you believe in this stuff, the watchmen, who may have been involuntary, didn't hold themselves out as, let alone being able to sit on the board and make the rules and vote Dean off of your island. The problem that comes from that, or what attaches to a real adult in this world, is that I have always felt accountable for that blood. And the driving passion or whatever. Let me make a note. Got to keep up with your field note taking and report writing. Made it all the way to 29, discussing the watch. I should put it in all caps. The watchman, person, gender neutral terms, okay. The watchman is responsible for the blood. And I say I should put it in all caps because I really don't care. All caps, watch Whoa Man then, you ERA freaks. But it's a thing of men of all sexes and genders that you can't let it go. And what you have to learn, some of us, when we put away our childish things, when we grow up. It's not by an age number. It's not your ability to vote. It's when you grow up and you accept or understand adult things, which hopefully in America, our blessing is our greatest curse. We are so blessed in America, or whatever you want to call it, that we have old people that are absolute 5-year-olds. And it's great. It's beautiful. Do I want everybody in this country to be a miserable bag of crap like me? No. But I would like everybody in America to be less of a miserable bag of crap like themselves, to stop dragging all the rest of us down with you. Go learn to self assess somewhere. And don't worry about it. I'm calling out the whence I am. Whence being a combination word of where and when. In the good old days, 150 years ago in this country, I could just call all of you out into the street. And that's just how it is. Did I want to be responsible for the blood? No. Is the impetus on the other side or the ultimate responsibility on the bad guy? Sure. That all sounds great in a classroom, but it don't help me sleep at night. So let's go back. It is a promise, and that which is promised in the book, according to certain believers of the book, old and new. Don't think you know what it means, and I hope you never find out. But this is supposed to be in particular about how do all the little things lead up to, here we go. Link in the description. Let's get a link in the chat replay. Let's talk about the destiny of one poor, meaning money, person of our earth, an ever shrinking planet, who had the destiny to get out of the poop sandwich that is the horrible Putin Zelensky nightmare that is Ukraine right now, to get this horrifying mess put upon her. And all we can do with it is say, useless word. And I mean it. I know it has no value. Family, friends, loved ones of her, even those that fell in love with her after the fact. I'm sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. Somebody is. But you know who's not? The watchwoman. And she's not because she's mean. And I didn't get it recorded. It's not uploaded on my channel. In the September one of the meetings, whichever September meeting I didn't get recorded, the lady that owns the company also sits on the board, or at least her name's on the paperwork of the company. When asked by Richard Epley about poor Miss Iryna and the lack of security on that train, she said, I think I'm correct in pronouncing it this way, wasn't nothing we could have did anyway. Mm. That's just a psychological and spiritual self-defense mechanism. She might be a mean, nasty person, but I'm giving her all the benefits of the doubt of being childish, blessedly youthful. If you get insulted, ma'am, it's just because you're childish. It's your blessing, which could, when called out by an idiot like me, be a curse. There was everything anybody could have did. I don't remember when I got into this deep end. I've been hacking at it for a few minutes. Let's say 3600. Posted the link and doing the deep end of wiki titled, I don't know if I can say it out here out loud. It's the name of the wiki page, YouTube. Give me a break. Lighten up. But it's a psychological thing. It's a defense mechanism. If you accept the responsibility, your childhood is over. It's not a calculated or a planned thing for those of us in our life, and I'm going to discuss it in depth. See the thumbnail. I know a couple things. Whether or not I've ever been successful in sharing that with any of the law enforcement, which you screwing me over, Ray Bullard and Bill McRae, cost me my ability to teach cops. And we're going to talk about that again later, Ray Bullard, maybe, if I can remember, and Paul Sherwin. You're neglecting and not caring about getting my little CE hours has nothing to do with any of your board nonsensory. I have to turn those into other licensing, registration, certification places, which back in 2019 was the NRA Law Enforcement Division. And when you stole Ray Bullard, Bill McRae, my license, along with it went my CE hours, and I lost my federal law enforcement certification through the NRA. And you know what? Every bad cop that kills somebody that doesn't need it, like them morons up there in Minnesota, and every bad person that kills a cop because they didn't get a real class is on you. There may be ripples in the pond of you guys and your petty little nonsense. And I hope and pray that the next one that they totally and utterly rights violate is your children. Or maybe you'll screw your head on straight. But I accept my destiny. Do you accept yours? And it's just me. It still says one watching. It's just lonely old me. Maybe it'll never get any views. Maybe YouTube already demoted it because I used the K word that's on the wiki page. I don't know. Don't care. I got it recording locally. If it turns out that it doesn't allow on the YouTube, I'll just upload it later to my website that I own the server. Can't nobody censor that. Got myself all sweaty hand pissed off thinking about that 2019 shenanigans. Bill McRae. enslaving me and costing me my everything, thinking that you were going to make me do all your classes up there and you could be the one and only. Rogue instructors, I believe you said, Ray, and we're not instructors, Ray. We are trainers in the PPSB. Can't use your words. You can't use a G word to KIA somebody. Promise you. Where was I? Scared children. Bouncing around. Covering the details. Sure makes the time go fast. Get back on target equals scared children and the lady 5 and ma'am, whoever you are out there on planet Earth, red shirt lady, and don't anybody do anything until you listen to this carefully. She is just another one of billions of us on planet Earth that had never thought about what would she do if she's not mature and grown up, and she sure as hell didn't hold herself out as being a watchman or provider of security. She's just somebody who was as victimized, not as victimized as Iryna. I said I wouldn't mangle it, but I'm trying. But she was victimized nonetheless and probably has PTSD for lack of any better terminology on planet Earth. And the lady, 5 billion. See the famous EFAP meme? 5 feet away. Because this is what you could have did, ma'am, and I will look up your name and address you properly, maybe. You know who you are. Board member, owner of the company. This is how we do. Not because we're mean, not because we're cruel, because we're not adult. Let me look it up. Let me read it into the record. When I was a child, why do we speak like children? Why do we think like children? Read 1 Corinthians 13:11. When I was a child, I spake as a child because. See, somebody cut out in whatever version this is. Because I think or understood as a child. I thought as a child. And because it's a identifies as cisgendered male, but when I became an adult, I put away the childish things. Some people, and it hasn't just been us, in many societies since this was a thing, especially the ruling and emperor class, as never outgrow their childish things or their feels or their, but it's childish because they're all in the now. They don't live in the longevity of life, thinking adult and looking forward. All they care about is if I can't have this scoop of ice cream, no one can, and they'll slap it out of your hand. Some of us did not choose through wisdom and good training and education. Some of our childish ways or things got put away for us, and mine was well put away by the time the little girl got deaded in the street. Many, many, many bad incidents had been pushed into my childish face or place or space. One in particular starting when I was about 6. We ain't even gonna go there. I don't hold it against you, ma'am. Either, ma'am. PPS board member, owner of the company. Ain't nothing we could have did about it. Yes, you could. If the presents read your stupid books, they're free on the internet. You're busy rewriting it, gonna fill it full of hostage taking and human trafficking. If a security, or as you bragged, you even have company police, had been standing here, would he have did that? Most bad guys don't do their stuff. Read your silly book about how our presence deter crime. If nothing else, even if it had been a cowardly lion security guard, maybe he could have come over there and held this poor child's hand. And you think about this and you study on this, any of you that hold yourself out as security. Held her hand, tried to hold her lifeblood in her neck, looked right into her eyeballs as the light went out, and lied her out of this world and told her it's gonna be okay. I got you. I'm here for you. I thought long and hard for almost 40 minutes about putting a big black box on my thumbnail over this poor woman sitting right here next to her. And lawyers, everybody else involved in the lawsuit about her. I can help you if you promise in your lawsuit that you'll take some of that money and some of that power and fix some of this, what's going to be the rest of all this madness that is the PPSB and their attitude of the poor woman. I would say young lady. Let's say young lady. I'm not going to call her girl. That's, anyway, you guys go look it up. A fine young woman that owns, in name at least, the company that is paid to provide security on this train and was paid. Sure hope we don't dig a little bit and compare the payroll and find out your guys are cheating you and lying to you. And you got told that your officer was there and charged the freaking city for it. Bill McRae. Can't you teach the rest of the board how to keep their eyes on their people? What are you guys teaching each other up there? But if nothing else, and why I'm not calling out any of these people, and thought long and hard about putting the bubble over this poor woman, and I really feel bad for her. You think coming home or going to whatever job she's wearing in a uniform shirt, going to, you think she thought, wow, that thing happened and I've been looking to rescue somebody in a medical emergency my whole life. Yay, I get to play nurse or combat battlefield medic. No, There's nothing wrong with her. She's normal. She's average. She's ordinary. And just like all the rest of us, turn and look away at accidents. The worse this got on its way out, the worse this got turning itself away. She was not in control of that. She didn't do it mean. This is a frame or two or a minute or so prior to whatever I've got for the thumbnail. This picture's up here because my Priscilla said, make sure that picture. This is the picture that horrifies my Priscilla and keeps her awake at night. This poor, I don't even have a good, clear version of it. Somebody fix that one up. Good job, somebody. The Telegraph. The look of hate and nothingness, evil on his face, and the look of whatever you call that look. Even though it is supposedly futile and useless, if security couldn't intervene, somebody who'd had a class somewhere, somebody who'd had some lessons or had heard it from their instructor trainer like me, the reality of what we do and how we can tie the reality of it and find the good in these books and try for our posterity, another useless word in our founding documents, to make sure that if more likely when, as long as we keep the corrupted crud and incompetence that is our PPSB in charge of all things security, this is going to happen again and again and again. And if we don't get anything else out of it with our emblems and our registrations and our, yes, you have to submit another set of fingerprints, is get somebody over there to lie them out of this earth. Tell them everything is going to be okay. I'm here for you. Because, back to the other one. Where's the other one? The after one that I've got in my thumbnail. Don't know. I just had to pull up the thumbnail. Let's go to downloads and look at the is. What is. And I guess close that, but I can make this one full screen. Give them a little yin yang with the thespians. Is up there. Well, now there's two watching now. Hello, number 2 or number 3 or I don't know how many. Last time I was live streaming, George said his said a lot more than mine says. But the clock's running correctly. Hello, number 2. They say in a Beatles song that 1 is the loneliest number, and 2 would be the loneliest number if it wasn't for 1. Warning, warning, warning. I think I put warnings in the title and the description. There's little dots of dark colored stuff everywhere, and somebody walked through it. At least one somebody, and on her pants. We're not going to talk about what that is. Here is a poor, scared, true story young woman of our earth who somehow escaped the ridiculous war that is some junk between Putin and the Putinites of Russia and Zelensky and the Zelenskyites. They're the figureheads. They get the credit and the blame, but neither one of them is an emperor of anything. Because of that mess, she snuck out of it and didn't get human trafficked. She look at her. She's worth something in the maybe as many as 1 million young Ukrainian women, girls vanished. This is a very scared young woman, child. All of a sudden, she doesn't have childish thoughts anymore. And it's another twist of words and phrases. It is horribly unfortunate, but some of us have had tough times in this world. Hers ended very shortly after this. This poor person's young, childish person, promise you, ma'am, I absolutely mean no offense calling you that. If you wanted to be involved in this kind of thing, you would have joined the United States Marine Corps. That's not a USMC shirt. It's a blessing and a luxury, and we don't have a draft. Israel don't even have a draft anymore. They never get told. It is a luxury that we have in America. This one has to wake up and go to sleep with it every day. What happens after a serious, dramatic, potentially traumatic in the mental, psychological, emotional, and spiritual parts of our human lives is that as soon as it's over, if we didn't have some, what I call, and you can go back and listen to my G-word videos, especially the first live I ever did, having to deal with North Carolina's Red Book and concealed carry handgun law. I call it pre-TSD. If you never had somebody tell you, what are you going to do if a bad thing happens in a classroom setting, you ain't going to learn it out in the world. You're not going to get struck with help my fellow man lightning over something that your mind and maybe your spirit has never been taught, that you may have to deal with some hard things in this world. So, the more this fine young person looked to this one, the more this one looked away. It's psychological self-defense, being totally secular about it. All of her self-survival instincts said, don't see this, don't hear it. Just like a 3 or 4 or 5-year-old, when you're telling them that they have to clean their room, they stick their fingers in their ear and wiggle them around and say, nanny, 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 I can't hear you. Our inner children. Another saying of mine that I got in a fortune cookie, it says, your inner child will play today. I've always had that. I try to protect my inner child from the outward world. And no matter how grown up the rest of me has always had to be, it seems like, leave my little inner child alone. Because this fine young person in my world, thankfully, hasn't seen the things I have seen. This one didn't know. Get over there. Hold her hand. Put pressure on the wound. Look into those sad and lonely eyes and tell it lies. You're going to be okay. I got you. So listen up, all of you PPSBs, especially if it turns out that as much, especially for board member registrants, that you think you're special because you're their boss and you're the board member. When you've got that kind of attitude, and we're just going to point out Mr. Matt Ray, because we're going to bring some receipts in a minute. If you force your people to break law and rule and be immoral to work for you, they're going to break law and rule and be immoral against you. Which is why I turned the word lie. They lie around and dream. They lie, period. And they lie around and dream. They love to sleep. You are not the lunatics in charge of your asylums. You don't have an asylum. And it's true story, and we can't get the whole video. No one will release it. And if they did release it, if you could public records request it out of Charlotte or FOIA, if you're using the old and or federal language for, we need this whole video. Some of us can accept it, and we'll sign the paper that says it will not be distributed, it will not be uploaded. Government, Mr. Smythe, you're the director of the Department of Public Safety. Let me get eyes on this video. I need to go through it frame by frame by frame by frame. If nothing else, sir, you could reach out and let me help you fix that place. But you're going to pay me the days since 1998 of me trying. Listen, gray man, go back and read the email. I tried. These two people are both grievously injured. This one physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. This one grew up that day. This one got started on a journey. Neither one asked for it. This one doesn't have to go through every minute of every day saying, what could I have done? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. That is the reality of dealing with traumatic or dramatic things in our lives that we were ill prepared for, is that the little hamster in the wheel starts running super fast, has an energy drink, and screaming at us, you would have this, you could have that. That would have never happened if you had only this. And it's just the song of regret and guilt and consciousness. I hope you don't have that, ma'am. And I hope you have good adult counseling, let's call it, mentoring, pastoring, mothering. Yes, I'm a sexist. I don't believe that some dude can come tell her anything. I've learned over a lifetime, including doing R word counseling at the demand, victim interventions and counseling, when I was 15 years old. Because what some priests at the Catholic school I went to could identify is that the young ladies from the sister school, I went to an all-boys school, for some reason would talk to me and not talk to them. So when they demand that you go spend your Saturdays doing R word, crisis counseling and intervention, for women folk twice your age, and then at the end, when you finally got out of that stupid school, they said, "What's the secret? Why will they talk to you?" And I would tell the pastor priests and Franciscan brothers, because I never shame or blame them. I never tell them woulda, coulda, shoulda. And when they ask me why, I don't give them a disingenuous answer. I don't say, "Well, the Lord works in mysterious ways." No hurt person wants to hear that. Because I will shut up and actively listen. Read your book. It's free. PPSB, your book. I'll show you guys how to find it in a moment. Your own book on your website that you can't get your web people to get up to date. So there we go. Too many millions of sads. What you could have did, fine young woman of the PPSB. If nothing else, it's helped both of them in their time of need. This one has no more needs. It's a closed book. It's an ended story, and it's utterly, totally sad. This one, if only called into the office as a direct witness, if you weren't so closed-minded that I'm not trying to make any of you look anything. I accept that it is my destiny. A far younger person than this died in my arms, shot through their neck, couldn't even speak anymore, apologizing. If it was my destiny to be there for this one doesn't need any help anymore. Her family, her friends, if someone has access, get that Star Wars girl to give it a listen. I listened to her long stream of consciousness about how much poor Miss Iryna's passing, violenced, loneliness. There's an ocean of time and space. How can you be 5 feet from other humans, maybe as much as 10 as to the two back here, and be that utterly alone in the worst time of your life? Well, that's how I grew up in Los Angeles. In LA, if somebody got knifed on the bus and their life sauce was squirting out, everybody would have vacated and moved away because they didn't want that on them. It's a cold, hard city, the big city. And somebody would have gone over there and stole her phone before, during, or after the expiration. That's what happens when you hold yourself out to be the watchman, non-gender specific. When you hold yourself out to be in power and abuse that power and prove something to the smarty pants, smart aleck, and smart ASS likes of Dean. You didn't prove anything, but you proved to everybody, Paul Sherwin, how low order you are. All those mental gymnastics. Where's the board statement on this? How could we do better? Yeah, you ain't got one. Bill McRae said in that same training meeting I didn't record, if one of his people had tried to do something, he'd effing fire them. He didn't say effing. He said he'd fire them. Because he enslaved me and stuck me in his place. I heard him, he never said fired. He said effing fired everybody all the time. Because our job is to observe and report. We don't intervene. And many times I've said it to his face. I'm telling you again now, Bill McRae, shut your mouth. Go get a class. The last words I spoke to you when I left your office for the last time is you are so disconnected. If you think our job, sir, is to observe and report, you got us confused with a camera. None of us who are passionate about the law enforcement, first responder, security industry at all, or just accept an evil, wicked cursedness called a calling to it, think that way. I don't know if I'm done or not yet with poor Miss Iryna. Poor Mr. Dennis Bodden is a whole nother nightmare story that ties back to something Paul Sherwin, director of the board. Well played, Paul Sherwin. Well played. Could have been better, but for you, sir, and I will pull it up. I got the video ready somewhere. Last meeting from January 15th. Paul Sherwin tried to bring to the attention of the board and got shut down by the gray man because, well, we took care of it last time. No, you didn't, gray man. We'll take care of it this time. Yuckity yuck, blah, blah, blah. Everything the gray man does is perfect. How does he know? He gets paid. They never question his billing and they never question his ability. And they set you up for failure, gray man. I note you didn't answer my email. Did you read the letter I sent? Or did you listen to them tell you lies about it? And then you spouted your mouth. And now you're the voice of gray man-ness. I mean, gosh, you really hurt my feelings, sir. I'll do better. Where are we at? I don't know what else to say about two lovely young. This one has been identified, gender identified as woman. And another lovely young person. If you're identifies as guy. You're a lovely guy. Who the world treated real bad one day. And will continue to treat real bad for all of the days forevermore. Until you can find somebody by destiny to let you know it's okay. It's all right. I hope you're okay and you can learn to live with it and sleep with it. And if this is what motivates you to figure out what do I learn from this? That's all we can do as adults. That's not going to ever happen to me again. Either whether that means you went out and bought a car and you're never riding that train again, or maybe I'll go take a class somewhere. Maybe I'll be a security guard in North Carolina and hope that Mr. Jeffrey Smythe breathes life into that house of death and destruction. Because no one else is going to. Or something. Go take a CPR class. Go take a AEDs required for CPP licensing class. That if ever anybody's bleeding around you again, you can go calm, cool, and collected, put pressure on the wound, and tell them, please remain calm. I hate to close you off, Miss Iryna, but I can't keep looking at you. Makes me want to cry. It's just life. Life in the city. There's all kinds of news articles out of Charlotte sometime in December. The Charlotte news media, the talent and the camera spent 5 hours on those trains and couldn't find any security anywhere. Standing on a platform somewhere. I'm not looking up the article. You can find it yourself. Shall we close it? I keep getting distracted by it. I may have to come back. All these things tie back on each other, always and forever. It's a swircle. It's a spiral. What else can we learn from this without being too victim blamey shamey? And it wouldn't have done her any good. Not a bit. Don't anybody ever try to say that I did victim shamey blamey. In general. Sir, ma'am, ma'am, sir, probably sir. The bill of the cap is pointed downward. Get your faces out of those phones and have some situational awareness in your life. Pretend that that's somebody else in that picture. What's wrong with this picture? A whole bunch of people with faces and phones. Sucks to ride the bus. But I grew up in the big city. And in RTD, which we all joked, they said it meant rapid. We all said it meant rancid. In the Rancid Transit District that was Los Angeles County, California, I had to get up at 4:30 in the morning to get on the bus at 5:15 to be at school by 8 o'clock. Travel takes time in California and Los Angeles. You didn't dare get your homework or your school book out and get your eyes out of the environment. That was a very dangerous place. August 22, 2025. Was it, what is today? January, September, October, November, December. 5 months ago. Seems like 5 years. Last week seems like 4 years. Mhm. And this law, we got this stupid law. See, it ain't just the PPSB, it's the whole kit and caboodle. North Carolina General Assembly and silly man Josh Stein. I mean, best governor ever, I reckon. Mhm. This Iryna's law, which set out various criminal law reforms. No, it didn't. It restates the same old thing a jigger. You know what the judges got to do? Go by the charts. Go by the whatever they call them. It changes nothing. It just adds words. It's bloviation. It's government blah blah blah. Hang on tight to that thought, gray man. I may or may not get back to you and your silliness. Did you know that we have gaps in our criminal justice and mental health systems? Imagine that. She was born May 22. A lot of tutus. Any numerologists in the thing? What does it mean, all those twos? May 22. That's danger close to my brother's birthday. Not in '02. Sometime in May. I can't even begin to. Solomiansky Ski. I don't know. The Battle of Kiev. They lived in a tiny little small bomb shelter where they lived for months. Can you imagine escaping that hell to get invited into this hell? Men of fighting age can't leave the country. Imagine how much poor dad wishes he hadn't sent his daughter away. I don't know. Because of the way I grew up, I would never be the cause of a child in this world. Mm. And whenever anybody would ask me why, and how could you say such a thing, I said, because I already look how crazy I get. Here you guys go. I went that long on just poor miss, and we're still on. Yep. Poor miss, I don't want to keep mangling her name. Mm. Well, they didn't name the pizzeria. Pizza Girl. Google bar identifies her as Cook. Hey, Google, how about you identify her as beautiful young person stolen from us too soon? Just saying. I guess I better bring your receipts. If you mark her name and ask your F Firefox, Mr. Wood, how are you? To identify her and search her, it says cook. Oh, yeah, you think you're really cooking, baby? You better find yourself a friend. ain't talking about love. That's cold-blooded, Google. That's cold, man. I thought you guys were supposed to be the greatest ever. She was the first, according to Dean, the first ever naturalized immigrant president of the United States. But now that she's been stolen from us, she won't push for it and fight it and get the reforms passed that needed to be passed, and we hate foreigners anyway. But oh well, she could have been the governor of a state. After the attack, Brown is reported to have said, "I got that white girl. You go, Brown." Blah, 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 blah. AWSOC. Challenging the release that Basin would incur irreparable harm to his rights to due process and a fair trial. No, he did that, lawyers. So there's another thing that we can hate about our government and our broken government system that was stillborn and has only rotted since. July 4th, 1776. What a joke. Irreparable harm to his rights. Get him to plead guilty and go away forever. Tell him like an adult would tell anybody. Dude, it's 2026. This ain't got nothing to do way back then. It was 2025. It ain't 1825 anymore, jackass. What the newspaper prints and the little kids on bikes throw on your front porch doesn't matter anymore. Ain't no Paul Revere gonna ride that message across the thing and make sure that there's a district you can find. You ain't gonna get a fair trial on planet Earth with all your rights and due processes. You gave up those rights when you stabbed that girl to death, moron. And I know you're supposed to zealously and vigorously blah, blah, blah for your clients. Well, you, lawyer, are why we all hate you. All of you lawyers. Turn your back on them and change the law. Well, you better go figure out that there might be somebody out here willing to represent you, but it ain't us. We have honor, we have integrity, and you better talk yourself pro se into whatever that prosecutor will let you plead guilty to. And you are still not going to go alone within 5 feet of somebody into the forever darkness. And let it be used as an example to all others. But there's just me blowing more hot gas into a nation full of willfully or blessedly ignorant. Charlotte City Council member Edwin Peacock III stressed fragile public trust. Sure. Local officials and the district attorney publicly discussed gaps in the mental health system. Senseless and tragic. Somewhere in this, I'm hoping, but we will see very shortly. Oh, here it is. Professional Police Services LLC. It's another long talk. PPSB ain't got nothing to do with that. That goes under whence Mr. Smythe came to us. It's called Criminal Justice Standards Division under the Criminal Justice Education and Training Criminal Justice CJETS. It's a big conglomerate of honchos and everybody's that certifies other than sheriff and sheriff deputy law enforcement in North Carolina. We're the only state that has 2 boards or commissions to deal with our cops, and we keep them separate. Got to keep them separated. Hello. Wiki page, are you correct? Lady on the board that owns this company, in name if not in fact. Get your lawyers and get your 12-year-olds, because anybody can edit the wiki. Get up here and get them to get you not holding yourself out as a police services, a private security contractor. You are wrong, wiki page, and I gave up on you a long time ago, Wikipedia. Sorry. I got tired of typing stuff up there that's factual and actual, and the talking and edit page, why someone else deleted my truth, said crap. Well, then you can have no more of my time or my money, as long as you're going to humor that. But this is allowing yourself as a 74C private security contractor to be held out as police services. I'm sure the name of their security services is not that. Whoever typed this wiki page. She does sit on the board, you know. She did say in her own meeting when she got asked by board member Epley about it, that they also have company police. It's another law in North Carolina. PPSB has nothing to do with it. And yet we do. We shall talk about something, Mr. Paul Sherwin. Good job, Paul Sherwin. Good ears, good eyes, good mouth. You brought it to the board's attention. You tried. It'll go nowhere. That's him doing something right, Dr. Phil says, in a voice I wish I had, could mimic. Attention from everybody, blah, blah, blah. Oh, Elon Musk criticized the judges. No, Elon Musk. The judges have to follow the rules of their little system, just like us in Iryna allegedly have to follow ours. Holla, Elon, Mr. Musk, bruh. You want to pour some money on this and see if money can fix it? How about you bring a Noge? North Carolina is Oge, Doge. Oh, blah, blah. Blame the Democrats. Listen, Trump, Musk, and every of the other of you cloud dwellers out there on planet Earth. It's so easy for you to blame North Carolina's Democrats. because that's what everybody wants to hear in your party, and you yes to your yes men, and they yes you right before they lick wipe your boots, spelled Butts, pronounced German. Hello, George. Thanks for the type in the chat. Mine says 2 watching now, and the minutes are still correct on the counter. Does yours say anybody's watching now? And George has heard this many times. He might click off now. Yeah, for the first, I don't know how long, George, 45 minutes. He said I had 1 watching, and I think that was me. Trying to live the life of streamering. Hello, and I'm sure Roy Cooper and Josh Stein don't mind. I lovingly call you guys the Cooperstein monster. You know, you've been around for like 25 years. Lovingly. This is how small-minded we are in America. This is just the real deal. And how blessedly small-minded you apparently get to be Elon Musk singing to your choir of Elon Musk. If you told people to eat your crap, they would. Just to go tell each other that they ate it. Not for your money, not for your anything. Old and full of maggots. People are not very smart. We have had a veto-proof majority for something like 12 to 14 years of Republicans in our General Assembly. Yet they blame Roy Cooper, and everybody says, oh yeah, he was the governor. If you don't like Roy Cooper, Donald Trump, or Josh Stein, Elon Musk, then bribe our idiot legislator to impeach him. But talking sense to them doesn't work. They're politicians. You're going to have to bribe them, buy them houses, give them a grok. Listen, J.D. Vance, I hope and pray so hard that nothing happens to Donald Trump, because that would make you the president. And I don't like you. It's so easy for you to say that, and all your Republican people will fluff your trousers for it. In the open, bold-faced lie that how can we have any soft on crime policies? Our state lawmakers have had a veto-proof majority for more than a decade. They finally lost it, and I hope this year at election time they lose the hell out of it. Because if we have soft on crime policies, it's because of them. -R, J.D. Vance. Go sing your song in your -R state. I has 2 watching. Yeah, this is not a very delectable, neat type of stream, but I'm getting it out of my system. I'm getting places. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein, His Excellency, His Royalness, His whatever he is, whatever we're supposed to call our governor. And I perfectly accept it, and I don't vote. My whole life, all voting at every level and subdivision or political subdivision thereof has been about the lesser evil. And I have a saying that I knew before I was 10 years prior to me being old enough to think about voting. The lesser evil's still evil. Prove me wrong, Josh Stein. Josh Stein, please get with Jeffrey Smythe and let's fix the PPSB, but all of you got paid to break it, you're going to pay me to fix it. Including something that was brought up in the November meeting that involves you as Attorney General, sir, many times, me trying to file fraud complaints to the DOJ about the consumer service industry that happens to be labeled security, and your whole juggernaut of buck passers and responsibility not takers called NCDOJ saying, oh, security, forward to the PPSB. We don't do fraud. None of your people are so stupid that they said we don't do fraud. They all said, security fraud, that's the PPSB. We don't do security. Fraud is fraud, Josh Stein. You're the governor now. You're responsible for it. Even though you're not the attorney general anymore. Go back and listen, Josh Stein. And now you, Jeffrey Smythe. Go back, and it's on my channel, on my YouTube, nowhere else. To the entire November meeting and listen to when Gary, what's his name, who owns NCPG, I think, that is the nemesis of Bill McRae because Bill McRae is jealous of him. He's taller, he's smarter, he's richer, and he's a good-looking guy, which Bill McRae ain't. Go back and listen to all the meetings, and every time Gary opens his mouth, Bill McRae comes out class clowning. Reading out of the deflection techniques, if he bothers to try to be that diplomatic of a liar. Pissing and moaning and telling poor Gary how it is. More cops on the beat. The state legislature to pass a law enforcement package to address vacancies. Yes, please. Except we're going to talk about that too in this. This is going to be my one and only, and if the ice storm cuts my power off, I'll call it destiny. I'm going to try to get back to it. Paul Sherwin, good guy. Identified a problem, observed it, reported it to the proper board. Maybe. Maybe Paul Sherwin. But you tried. You reported it to somebody, and you did it in public. And they said, pshaw, we'll take care of it. We take care of everything. We're perfect. Clappity clap our own hands and each other's backs. If we have so much problem with cops on the beat, why are they out working private security in their police cars and police uniforms for private money that isn't overtime? Josh Stein, you need somebody in your audit's office? Do you need an advisor? You need a bodyguard? I can't be yours. They won't give me licenses in this state because they're a denizen of thieves. Remove cashless bail for certain offenses. Blah, 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 blah. Nothing that the dude that, and I refuse to say his name. Try to say hers. Don't say the bad guy names. Unless you're talking about Bill McRae. Iryna. Iryna. This law does nothing. Good job, law. We passed another pile of pages that say the same thing the previous pages said, but added new numbers to them and more paragraphs. Elon Musk announced he would donate $1 million towards murals honoring her. Well, it's not really something Elon Musk, but it sure as heck ain't nothing Elon Musk. I applaud you, sir. Could you fish her dad out of whatever? And I don't know. I don't know what else has happened or happened since. Aw, in October 2025. See, I didn't know that. Here's a good thing to. Why do a Mr. Rapper? Don't want to mismangle that either. Released a song Save Me, dedicated to her, with a video reenacting the event, but with, oh man, see, there it is. He wishes he could be there too. Good job, duh baby. You're my hero for the minute. Good job. A newly described species of Celestrina butterfly. Oh, butterfly. My granddaughter loves the butterflies. From the coastal area of Georgia and South Carolina was named Celestrina Iryna's azure in tribute. Good job. What are those people called? Entomologists? Bug people. Namers of things. Good job, Elon Musk. Don't talk about our Democrat politics when we've had a veto-proof Republican majority since forever. But do give millions of dollars to whoever you donate to. Yay. Pronounced. Iryna? They got a capital I in there. Google, did you mislead me? However, it's pronounced. I tried. I guess we scrolled the whole wiki page. I don't know what else I can say about her. Rip. If I only had a brain. I don't want to close your window. I don't want to close your tab. But I must. We must eventually talk about the sad tale of Mr. Dennis Bodden. And I found out today something that I was very worried and concerned about. That his mother had been forgotten. And I tried. Seems to me like it was many more years ago. I can bring the receipts. There's no excuse for you, Charlotte Mecklenburg area ACLU and some other group, and the world famous one and only Ben Crump, and affiliated working in this state, Fayetteville attorney, partnering with Ben Crump because we're a closed state and you must have a local attorney, even for superheroes like Ben Crump. None of them were interested at all or replied at all in terms of, would you guys please help the mama of Dennis Bodden? He don't need any help anymore. So looking for stuff to put on the tab today and make sure I spelled his name right. This still goes back to you, Paul Sherman. Tea break then. Dennis Bodden and Paul Sherman's report, RE, police, CPP, no license, in.gov stuff. Okay, 1 hour and 50 minutes into this thing. Mind the chat, will you, George? I really gotta pee. I'm gonna go pee, try to get something out of my eye, thinking about that lovely young set of ladies, both of them on both sides of that aisle. And then I'll be back and we're going to talk about Dennis Bodden and the ultimate nonsense. Okay. Sorry. Had to discuss more of the medical industry and potential side effects and all this other stuff with my poor Priscilla for a minute. She said she would go check on something and that I could return to this. And thank you for looking out, George. Mine doesn't report any difference in the numbers. All right. That was a long haul. Hour and 10 minutes of the undoing. Elon Musk, if you'd like to throw $1 million my way for this mural I just painted, and I could probably whack up half of it with George for being the watchman of the video in the chat, or try to bribe Google into getting rid of that Cook BS. Does bribery work in private corporations? Future Empress Goddess of planet Earth. No more. Best cook ever. And no one else will ever have good food ever. A one. I don't remember if I'm supposed to use these zeros. 1:7. Oh, man, this is so deep and complicated and back and forth and convoluted. Let's just start with Dennis Bodden. Oh, I remember. Hang on. Back up. I remember walking in the sand. Remember walking hand in hand. Somebody, please, somebody, go get on that wiki page. And I hate that it's called the KIAing of. Take the KIA part off and just make it her page. Don't, whatever. Somebody get up there and put something personal about her. Friends, family, countrymen of both countries. We hate migrants here anyway, so blah, blah, blah. She didn't deserve to be here. True. Poor baby. That one. Let's see. Background. Born in Kiev, 23 years old, studied at Synergy College in Kiev. She earned a diploma in art and restoration. Oh. See, my Priscilla could have used her help. My Priscilla is an artiste and loves the idea of restoring old works. From apartment to a bomb shelter. I scrolled kind of over this fast. Oh, damn it. I just did something with my touchpad and the other screen blinked. Hope I didn't break anything. He was unable to attend her funeral, but this was refuted by State Border Patrol service in Ukraine. Various jobs and began learning English. Her boyfriend gave her driver's lessons. Some reports said fiance. Boyfriend, fiance, my Chinese peoples, they don't understand those terms. They said if you were together, she's your wife. My heart to you, sir. with her boyfriend where she enrolled in college classes and found work at a pizzeria. Had finished a shift and was commuting home. See how much this is all about him? I suppose I could be beguiled into giving a damn, but I don't. What I give a darn about is somebody please. What was a movie she liked a lot? Or more importantly to me, or equally important to me, what was like one of her top 5 favorite musics, favorite songs? Okay, that's what I forgot. I remember. I remember what I forgot. Izzy's favorite movies or music. Something particularly about her. Please. All right, let's go. 2 colon 01 colon 33. 4D. I was supposed to write 33, but I wrote 40, so it must have been meant to me. Now, Dennis Bodden. And there is much I would like to know about Dennis Bodden. Keep listening, Paul Sherwin. I'll tie all this together, I promise you. But first, today I find, because I haven't searched this month, I've been deep involved in the med-surg, elder care, insanity. How do you help somebody that doesn't help themselves? Well, you boil in your guts and you don't sleep much and you rage and you lay in the yard and howl at the moon. And it still gets you nowhere. Your life, the only thing that matters is that your time tickies on by. Mm. I can't even read these words on the tube. I was watching one from the armed attorneys the other day. Shout, holla at the armed attorneys. I don't think I'm even a subscriber of theirs. I apologize, armed attorneys. You don't need my one in your millions. Or I'll do better later. Where and everybody, not everybody. Let me fix my language and use my words. A lot of commenters really Reddit style ragged on them because they used the YouTube approved words instead of just reading a Supreme Court ruling word for word. And a lot of the average, ordinary Americans and people around the world schmarmy-castically tore them up in the comments. I didn't bother to comment. It would be lost in the noise anyway. That I wouldn't risk my monetization if I was them either, or my channel, or my nothing. I try not to risk mine now, and no matter what I do, world don't want me to have a successful streamering. Let alone if I actually got, and I don't know how many they've got, enough to care. I would say all the unaliveys and essays, and I don't even remember the words they used, but they were reading and letting us know their version or their thoughts on a Supreme Court unanimous ruling. Mm. And I thought they had good things to say, and I disagree with some of it, but that's none of my business. If I want to say something different, I'll turn on my live stream and say something different. Huh. Wow. These ads are blinking in and out of here. WCNC. Not a sponsor. Probably doesn't need to worry about whether you could be or not. But if you want to be, holla. We'll figure something out. In Pineville, NC, published January 8th and updated January 11th. The mother of a man, and what is her name? I've got her name. It's in my email. And I thought about showing a lot of emails on this screen. I have them all right at my fingertips going back to 1/1/2010. Takes me about 3 minutes more to get all the way back to 1996. Told you I got the receipts. But the problem is I can't figure out how to hide the address bar on any of the browsers on my computer. And if I leave my remote, which works through a web browser right now, and show it on this screen, then you guys will be able to hacksaw my remote, my secret box. All right, Dennis Bodden. The mother filed a civil rights lawsuit, and I don't know if it's federal or state. I didn't read this very thoroughly. We're trying to get stuff and infos to put in the description of this stream and refresh myself because I would swear it was 2023. That's how sometimes the time moves slow. The mother of a man who was shouted and KIA'd by an off-duty Pineville police officer for allegedly shoplifting. What they're forgetting to put here, probably, they may not be forgetting. This may be a something or other. Why would an off-duty police officer respond to a crime? Oh, because get ready, Paul Sherwin, get ready. Because he was working about a block away, private security elsewhere, and he abandoned his illegal private security job impersonating a police officer because he was emotionally invested in one Mr. Dennis Bodden. If any of you have access to those lawyers, I'm telling you, even if it doesn't help, it might. I know, lawyers know everything. You guys are always right, Mr. Gray Man. But it may be a lower rung of the fruit of the court tree that you don't bottom feed that low like me. I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Never mind. Just because it's stupid and didn't come from a bar approved lawyer doesn't mean it has no value. Welcome back to you, Paul Sherwin. So, if he was off duty, why was he in uniform in his police car? Working private security illegally a block or two away. I wonder. You must be fully within the law to use force, including and up to lethal. The only thing that they're going to get away with is that what really matters at the time the G word went off is the moment. Because it wasn't until 2025 last year, a whole year later, that we got that other not so good cop Supreme Court ruling out of Texas, which I don't remember the name of, that says, no, now we're going to look at the totality of the circumstance. We'll come back to it. For this moment, we're talking about Dennis Bodden. I learned some things out of this article today. whether or not he was having a mental health crisis at the moment or just living in it 24/7, there was something wrong with Mr. Dennis Bodden. He allegedly, apparently, and I know it just makes all the rest of you perfect lawyers more smug. Seeking damages in a jury trial. One of the long ago articles, and I've got the PDFs downloaded. I PDF print these things so I can come back to them later when they disappear off the internet. Oh, they do claim it. These are different details that are coming out. I understood back in the day. Please stop. Add bot, whatever you are. Food Lion had restraining orders against and no trespass. If not restraining, no, they had trespass. Next time you come in this place, it's an arrestable criminal trespass against Mr. Bodden. I apologize, Earth. If I had known, I wouldn't have used this page, but it's the only one I can find. WCNC, please talk to your webpage people and fix that. Involving a tall black man, I had heard that they named him. They knew who he was. The suit claims that Adam Roberts, who was, here we go, off duty and working as a private security guard. Did you see that? It happened again. WCNC, you're making this stream more difficult. Off duty and working as a private security guard. A responded to the call. There's much to be said there. PPSB. Bond's family says that Roberts never confirmed the theft with the store. Who? Roberts. Who's Roberts? Adam Roberts. Oh, Roberts is the shooter. I think he's a sergeant. He was. I think. Which goes back to that other bigger, these things swirl and go down the drain and stuff the drain up real quick. Anyway, he was working as a private security guard in a police car in a police uniform. Under law, all of you, PPSB, DOJ, CJS, district attorney who carefully mincy mouths some words. It's a very nice district attorney letter. How somebody should look into this, but not a district attorney? You bum. I'll look that up. You can't work private security with the words police on your uniform or resembles an emblem or could be confused for police. You may not. It's illegal. It's a misdemeanor. So dude was out there committing a misdemeanor with a gun on. Yes, it's a civil violation, blah, 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 except it's not. Because those civil penalties for money only apply to license holders. We'll read 74C in a while. What that was is a law enforcement level action. It's a guy committing a crime with a firearm. A guy impersonating a security guard who was also impersonating a police officer, and then, by fraud, abandon his private client and their private contract, creating a tort, went with emotional investment or an investment of the other kind known that it's that dentist guy and I'm going to get him this time. At that Food Lion. And then resulted in the results. But it's all right. I'm a back to blue guy. I used to teach cops until PPSB robbed me of that. See my November CE credits, Paul Sherwin, that you're too busy for. Having therapists, psychologists on duty and on call who are deployed with law enforcement officers to handle these mental health crises is very helpful. So, perhaps, that's something the Pineville Police Department will consider, former FBI agent Quentin Williams said. Shut up, Quentin Williams. I'll say it for them. You ever been to Pineville, Quentin? Put a pin in this, Quentin FBI guy. Why, in the crisis that we just read about a while ago on Miss Iryna's page, why, if we are that low on police that we have to have the governor beg the General Assembly, who did nothing about it, additional money and budgeting for our law enforcement officers was not included in Iryna's law. Why, if we're so critically low on cops, are our cops out moonlighting in their cop uniforms as security guards? Question mark, FBI guy, let alone having a bunch of smarmy, how do you feel about that, psychologists in what? Bulletproof vests? Riding around the city trying to figure out whether a shoplift and criminal trespass, is a mental health crisis or just another effing criminal. I'm sure you know what F stands for in the FBI. It's cop talk. It's police jargon. Sometimes people will say things that floss your brain and your noggin. They're so dumb. Why, please ask yourself, PPSB, NCJS, new DPS guy, Smythe, why are our police out here working private security jobs in their uniforms when their departments, like right now, Durham still claims it's 33% short? That's 1/3 of its patrol officers. They shouldn't be out playing private security. Fix in Iryna's law, or let's make a new one and call it the Dennis Bodden law. Fix the BS where the budgets from the state deny our officers the ability to earn the overtime that accelerates their retirement and all this other garbage. And if they make that much overtime on average, then at the end of their career, they're going to get this much more percents over average standard retirement. And man, this state is so broke, like all the rest in the federal government. If we added all the debt together, it's got to be $400 trillion by now. Just shut up and give them their e-bits and let them be police. And we will revisit Paul Sherwin and get them the hell out of our CPP business and go back to those same zero IQ collectively, the whole damn state legislator. Sure. To go stop quitting the edits and the updates and amendments to 74C about halfway down the page because that's so many words. Because that gray man is why CPP wasn't added as an excluded license holder for current law enforcement. Roll 2 more lines down, gray man, the attorney, and note that it still says it works under the Attorney General, which it hasn't since 2014. You, as an attorney, contract guy, super spellering guy, reader and collator of the finest of the laws and rules, and however, we're going to come back to that too, gray man. How, under your watch, has all this happened and they have never got to the bottom of the page of 74C to get rid of the Attorney General and put it under the Secretary of Department of Safety? Are you in charge or not, Mr. Jeffrey Smythe? It's hard to say. Top of the law says yes. Bottom of the law says no. Now go argue amongst yourselves, peasants. Bodden's family said he was a long-time advocate for mental health. See, I had heard. See, we can't say that word. If we can't say it on YouTube, then hey, Google, make it into law and sue these newspapers. I know, it's a website. That they can't write it on their website either. And do you believe in destiny? Because I did for a long time, not on the 800 number or 888 at the time. A long time ago, these people found out that, man, you know, using nicknames and handles, people would get all over an internet relay chat or IRC server. And I donated the equipment and volunteered the time, and we set up a certain whatever, all for free. And I spent a lot of hours manning the fort on that we can't say. The Hog Call Side Prevention Hotline. Because I never had to say it. I only have to type it. And I Control V, enter, Control V, enter. Many, many times. Even had me a little slash script to spell it out. We don't discuss methods here. True story. Lot of time. So I had heard that Bodden might even have been, if not a lawyer, had been to law school, Mr. Dennis Bodden, and was from New York. It's a deep irony, obviously, there. So maybe he had a mental break. Maybe he had a drug problem. I don't know. Maybe he had all the above. The one thing that I would push out to our communities is that those who are having these mental health crises, those who are in the criminal justice system, they're human beings. So it's easy to castigate folks and paint them with a brush that's very general. But these are human beings, Williams said. Okay. I even forgot your name. Quentin? Was it Quentin? Hang on, let me get it right. Williams. Quentin. I love you again, Quentin Williams. You're my FBI guy. All the way up to the FBI. Good job. That's a very well said statement. And so are our police, even though I talk very, very disparagingly of them. Pineville police alleged that Bodden initially ran off from an off-duty officer, later identified as Roberts, and tried to get away with stolen groceries. Yeah, we've all seen the video. It's available on YouTube at the police activity channel. I don't have a professional level YouTube or whatever they call it, paid. So I can't show someone else's video without it popping up ads that I'm not allowed to live stream, even YouTube's own ads. So it is what it is. You guys all go research it yourself. Other places may have stolen it from the police activity channel, but they got it first, and the officer chased Bodden to a nearby apartment complex within Charlotte city limits. Detectives say, which he's allowed to do, if any of it, the interaction was lawful to begin with, which it was not. Detectives say Bodden was hit with a stun gun and shot when he reached for the sergeant's gun during a struggle. Not exactly. Everybody can go watch the video themselves. Pineville police say he had a lengthy criminal history and showed violent tendencies toward officers and the public. Maybe. I was a scared child when he got the gat. But it's just a destiny thing. All we can do when it's all said and done is hopefully somebody learns something from it. And like maybe this is the thing, because I did send it to you, Paul Sherwin, and I did send it to you, Josh Stein, then Attorney General, through your people. And I tried to get it all through the DPS through a back door through one of my peeps that happens to maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Maybe I'm making the whole story up, work inside the SBI, and they got told it's untouchable. We're not pitting DOJ slash CJS versus PPSB slash DPS. Leave it alone. All right. At least they were honest about it. They got told, shut the F up and get out of here. About the SBI getting involved in investigating and maybe making, if nothing else, some recommendations to the DPS. In a fiction movie, in a book. They never worked there. I've made the whole thing up. Yeah, that's a ticket. He had charges on his record for assaulting a woman, assault with a deadly weapon, and communicating threats in the month prior. See, he was known to all these Pineville polices. Is it Pineville? Yes. Spoke with the woman in this case. She lived near Bodden's apartment and said she feared for her life because of his erratic behavior. She alleged he attempted to break into her home, threatened her with a baseball bat, and had severe mental health issues. Defense of habitation, ma'am. Let's have some free online classes. If your loved one was impacted by this incident, WCNC Charlotte hopes to make this process less painful with our more than a number initiative. With your help, we want to share who your loved one was with our viewers in North Carolina. What? When you're ready, fill out the form below or send us photos, memories, and other details about them. What has that got to do with Dennis Bodden? Is this an ad? Nope. That's it. Here we are on January 25th. Rolled on to the next thing. More G words, one whatever, on Sunday, January the 25th. That's the day. In all the ice and snow, we still can't stop popping caps in each other. Well, there was what article they had. NC Dennis Bodden District Attorney. I know I probably misspelled it. Letter. Search. Search, seek, and ye shall find. 24. The decedent, Dennis Bodden. Mecklenburg County District Attorney's Office. It to wit. See? Now pay attention. This is the end result and why they pressed no charges at the district attorney's office. No, has nothing to do with qualified immunity. And it's modest homicide investigation, complaint number 2024. Whoever Chief Johnny Jennings is asked the district attorney to look into this and give us a district attorney opinion. That's pretty straight up what you might call something like a transparency or an independence or whatever. Good job, Chief. Good job. You didn't wash your own hands of a thing. Well, we're the police. We investigated ourselves. IA looked into it. See? The chief tossed it all the way upstairs to the district attorney's office. In its discretion as the investigating agency, CMPD has decided not to charge Pineville Sergeant Adam Roberts. See, I told you he was a sergeant. He's probably got to be a whatever's above sergeant by now. Capitan. He's a commander general of the police force. We always err up. We fail up in our police departments and security companies. In making this determination, requested a consultation with my office pursuant to 7A61. I'm not going to read this whole thing. Here's a link. Copy. Here's a link in the chat. Paste. And then we're going to go to the log and say equals DA letter. Oh, it's a Charmecda. Charmecda. How cute. Hard, I'm sure. The important part, yeah, here it is. Based upon information provided, I knew I had read this stuff somewhere. I apologize, District Attorney or ADA, whoever wrote this. I thought it was in one of the news sites. No, it was right here in the DA letter. Based upon the information provided in my office, Dennis Bodden was a graduate of Rutgers University with a degree in biochemistry and a graduate of the Cardozo School of Law. You hear that, lawyers? You guys left one of your O's out in the cold. Are you there for the lawyer next to you or not? Oh, no, wait. Especially not lawyers. See Ally McBeal. And all the other bad lawyer shows. Mr. Bond's mental health reportedly began to deteriorate during the COVID-19 pandemic. And maybe it was COVID-19. Who knows? I don't know what it is. And that condition may very well have contributed to the events that ultimately led to his passing. Can't say that word on tube. Well, mine still says 2. I'm hoping Georgia says 77. Mrs. I'm not sure of her name. I don't remember her name anymore. Dennis Bodden's mother. I have no words. I'm sorry that I'm doing this in your son's name, but it's using his name for some good, I hope. There's no way for me to do it and get it out there right. And if somehow this comes across to them, get me in touch with them attorneys. We can talk about it. Because it ain't just me. So anyway, well, the appropriateness of Robert's tactics may be ripe for other authorities to evaluate. Read carefully what the district attorney, I apologize, sirs and ma'ams everywhere. It's already been a long day, and it's a frozen Arctic tundra. Slow down. Begin again. My editors will fix that up later. I don't have any editors. Well, the appropriateness of Sergeant Roberts' tactics may be ripe for other authorities to evaluate. CJS, PPSB/DPS. That was a carefully caged phrase, and bravo if we can possibly get our coppers out of a pickle that they got themselves in by practice of everybody in every government at every level, but especially our police. Blue bootlickers, PPSB. And you ain't law enforcement. We're going to get to that too. Other authorities to evaluate. Such questions exceed the purview of the district attorney as a matter of criminal law. This is a team of lawyers assembled these couple of sentences for this district attorney's office. Bravo, district attorney's office. Bravo. And are beyond the scope of this consultation. The rest of it is a whole lot of details. And here it is. They admit it, Paul Sherwin, like you said about the CPP guys. Or maybe we'll just call them PPPs because they're police private protectors, personal protectors. They're police. PPD Sergeant Adam Roberts, who was in uniform, working off duty at the nearby Blah Blah Creek Shopping Center, informed dispatch he would respond to the call. Why, if you fixed this, board members and Gray Man the attorney, so long ago as you self-righteously proclaim incorrectly in January's meeting, then why was this happening? Why did he have his uniform on and his police dispatch radio or other communication equipment? That would be him breaking the law being 74C, and then whatever other law it is, including 74C, that is impersonating law enforcement. There's another law for just anybody in general. And then there's 74C, which reiterates it or restates it, making it a double criminal offense to impersonate law enforcement. You cops need to stay in your lane. And don't worry, Paul Sherwin. They all got this. The board patted you on your head and said, "Good job, Paul." And it was either the board member on the far left or it was the Gray Man attorney who said, "We took care of that before. We'll take care of it again." You never took care of nothing. You guys don't tell the cops anything. They are brazen. Brazen was the word of the year about the abuses of law enforcement in this state. I believe then, I don't know, I don't remember, and I don't care, but I think it was AG Mr. Roy Cooper back then. I've been through so many of you government bums grinding away at this same old axe grinding wheel. And every one of you ever fixed everything so perfectly, we don't have any problems. Our only problem is Dean and his inability to do what we say, not what's legal or lawful. And making an example and whatever, and you win, don't worry. There it is. Hello, district attorney. Do you have a duty to report and act on your specific knowledge of crime? Never mind this up here. Especially jarring. There is no likelihood that 12 jurors would unanimously agree in firing his G word constituted a violation of criminal law. And in the old way, without the totality of the circumstance. I agree with you, District Attorney Office. And I agree that you did a good job saying this. And unfortunately, slash fortune or destiny or fate, however it is, I would have come as a not law enforcement instructor because the PPSB stripped me of that, but a dumb firearms trainer with some crap on my resume. If you needed an expert, including the ability to teach others in that, in the moment, in the passion of the conflict and the encounter, looking at those things through the eyes of a reasonable officer, and the first part of reasonable being on the clock answering calls, in the absolute specific in a moment, even tearing the uniform away. Good shoot, righteous. Shouted. But that was then. This is now. I still don't know what I would say because I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how to mince up that stuff. I'm just the G word guy. This stuff, that's another story. These are separate incidents. District Attorney's Office. This was a cop impersonating a security guard working without a license or registration. Impersonating a cop. This is like 7 crimes wrapped up in one. The body worn camera show, and just go see the video at the police activity channel. You don't have to read somebody else's description, carefully edited, very carefully edited. What's not included in this description anywhere is that, and this is another one, no, it's not an ethics complaint. No, it's not a nothing. It's just you lawyers being lawyers, which is disgusting, repulsive. Yellow hood, blah, blah, blah. The decedent was wearing headphones over his ears. And they were on. The decedent couldn't hear that guy till he put hands on him and startled him. They kind of mentioned it. He let out a startled yell, but they carefully crafted about to lay hands on the decedent. No, he had laid hands on him. I think they thought that video is never going to get out, but somehow Police Activity Channel got a hold of it and it got out. You ain't getting away, bro. I'm kind of fun and I'm kind of not. You never know what's going to fly out your mouth. I teach it in all my classes, and I give good examples of me having done it in the past. You never know what's going to fly out your mouth under stress. Everybody saying something about it when somebody's under stress after the fact based on the video, dee-da-dee-da-dee-da. Whatever. And so then it's all the gory details. And the PPSB also pats itself on the back because a certain board member, having previously been on all three boards and commissions, sheriffs, coppers, CJ standards, and private protective, had been pushing on the police to go bust security guards for violating the law. Getting police officers familiarized with 74C and how they could, it's a misdemeanor, and mainly he was worried about the sheriff's deputies kicking the between the legs of security guards. But it's all right, because they, in all their efforts, forgot to teach police that you can't be security guards in your police clothes with your police guns, with your police badges, and your police cars. Oh, you can, but that's criminal. It's not administrative. But government gonna take care of itself. So anyway, they have a lot of information in this fine. They witnessed the events and all this other stuff. There's a lot of information in here. Whoever Spencer B. Merriweather 3 is, you and your team, whoever helped you write this, good job. Good job. Well played. Except, and it's only me, and there's still only 2 watching. No one cares. Don't worry about it. If you're even still there. Was Spencer B. Merriweather that is the district attorney. Well played, attorney office. Except, and it is explained further in here somewhere, top or bottom, that because of the request of the chief, they limited the scope of their thing and wrote that wherever it is right on this first page sentence about maybe right for other authorities to evaluate, meaning inside the department, IAs, whatever district attorney, you could have made that call too. But as a matter of absolute criminal law, beyond the scope, and I agree, you're never going to convince a jury. I don't think you'd have convinced the insurers or anybody else to disqualify him from his immunity. And it would be hard to argue the way North Carolina was one of those leftovers that still went to the old, and I had it in my mind and I made notes about it somewhere in my old live streaming notes file. You know, not with the totality of the circumstances or the perfect vision of hindsight, and not in, you got to carefully parse those words and then try to apply powdered wig words from the castle in the clouds where the Supreme Court lives and turn that into cop talk and teach cops that kind of stuff. It's easy for you bunch of lawyers to sit around and think yourself so smug over us, but you ain't the ones that face the danger every day. Cops and security guards do. We got a lot of things to learn. And we learn by example best of all. If none of you give a damn what the rules are and what the laws really say, why should we? And be careful when you teach that to the people that you taught to wave their guns around, like the police. Global in scope, insidious in nature. Go back and read Ike's farewell address. Go back and read all of the Federalist Papers. But right down below, it is a violation of 74C. But thank you for the information. It's another good thing nobody harps on. So I will go back to also, if somebody knows, like, where is somebody? Hang on, I don't want to mess it up. It was right there. I know, I'm bugging everybody, scrolling up and down. If anybody who once upon a time knew Dennis Bodden at Rutgers or Cardozo School of Law or anywhere else on earth, don't bother his poor mother with it. Oh, tragically. If somebody has some way to know, like, how was he back in college, and did he have a favorite movie or some music that you could share with me that in his name I can give it a listen to, and I may know it. I know a lot of movies and musics. Something, a favorite flower. Yes, I guess apparently starting at COVID, during, so sometime after whenever COVID started, 2020, but he only made it to 2023. Something happened to the poor guy. Where is Cardozo School of Law? Google search. The Benjamin N. School of Law. It's a law school. Gosh, I can't read it. I'm old. Yeshiva University in New York City. Get a rope. Founded in 1976. Bicentennial. That's the spirit. And now located on Fifth Avenue. Wow. Moving on up. Got 4.4 stars. Whatever that means. I rag on you lawyers a lot. But I also teach, and George is here to attest to it. Others are around, they will attest to it. I always say, just like flashlights and light bulbs and batteries for your flashlights. One is none, two is one. Don't get anywhere near a court or a lawsuit in America without at least a couple of attorneys. That is their realm and domain. And if you go get yourself eaten for breakfast, messing around in a lawyer's domain, you walked into that. And tell your lawyers that are your lawyers, you guys can stay the hell out of our security industry. You do you, and you take care of the court. We'll do us, And we'll go get us dummified CPP licenses now that you can just call a cop. They'll come do it in a police car without a CPP license. Ask Paul Sherwin. But it's the great trade-off. Multiple layers of liability protection. The main reason we don't all just work directly for lawyers and be on lawyer payroll is called corporate layered liability protection. No individual lawyer can provide enough private investigator or bodyguard work for one of us little dudes or our little peoples or our little companies. So we have to go out and get our own license and try to get 3 or 4 lawyers business. But if you use your lawyer for your security guard or PPS or whatever, and they're your lawyer. And they might also, unless they tell you otherwise, that we can't do that, it would be a conflict. Besides representing your corporate entity, well, we'll represent you personally too, like if you had a self-defense, something or other. Or they got a friend in the business. They can't or won't, for the appearance of impropriety, represent you in your personal matters, but they have a friend lawyer that they went to law school with, or whatever. They met at the CE meeting at the wealth of information clinics that are continuing education meetings. See the movie Animal House. That's what it's all about. But you are the lawyers, you are the attorneys, you are the barristers. Anybody else who ever happens across this, stay out of their lane. All you 74C knuckleheads. Get you a good lawyer and then beg them to return the favor. Use your company, your security, your bodyguards. You know, lawyers get in a lot of divorce cases. And in divorce comes protective agents needed for victims of domestic problems. Well, would you rather have them look you up on the Google bar? Be like, call that bodyguard company that uses us and pays us without questioning our rates. That's a whole nother argument. Security guards, private investigators, CPPPPs. All of you put your rate on your website. You cannot have different rates for different people. You can, and you do. It's unethical. It's stupid. And one might be able to claim against you with the appearance of impropriety that it's profiteering. And so it's actually a crime. That would require anybody at DOJ or your local district attorney's office to give a damn. They don't. Don't sweat it. Uh, Isaiah 56. Maintain justice and do what is right. This is what the hero of the story says. That's a whole nother live stream that I hope to never do. How it's as if the Lord of the Manor had said this in some way that, because he is the Lord of the Manor, he can see into the future. What every bit of this, including the 10 Commandments, is not futuristic based as if no one had ever done these things. It's saying stop doing them. And yes, that means you take some personal responsibility. All right, so where is it? And here we go. Ice, ice, baby. Speaking of Minnesota, stop being a xenophobe. Stop accusing people from outside some idiot lines drawn on an idiot's map. No matter whose deity inspired them to draw those lines. Let no foreigner say the deity will surely exclude me from his people. Stop excluding the outsiders. Oh, and while I'm off on the ice ice baby in Minnesota, dear President Trump, I love you so much. You're the best president ever. And you'll be even better when you pull every federal agent and employee and officer out of Minnesota and advertise loudly that since they're a criminal loving state, you would recommend to all criminals to go there. And then bring all of those federal agents here to North Carolina to audit our state government. Thank you, sir. Please drive through. Best president ever. Twice. Ha ha. Got him. I was looking for something about the Watchmen's, the Watch Peoples, non-gender specific. Well, here it is. Israel's, just the locality that they were speaking about at the time. Or that's a good Hispanic name too. Israel's watchmen are blind. They all lack knowledge. They are all mute dogs. They cannot bark. They lie around and dream. They love to sleep. Replace Israel with the Old North State. And remember that the watchmen are both the cops and the security guards. And everybody who held themselves out for, as, and took the employment of a government servant. All of you. But especially when it comes to the first responder or alarm responder, which is what police are, and some 74C or 74D regulated industries. You guys that are supposed to watch the watchmen are more so watchmen. And there you go, PPSB. Wherever they wrote blind in the Bible, they didn't mean that you had no eyeballs. It's a bastardization of language through translation and making it good and appealing and understandable to the uneducated masses in England 500 years ago. It means those that are willfully not seeing reality. They are dogs with mighty appetites. They never have enough. That's power. They are shepherds who lack understanding. Get ready. They all turn to their own way and they seek their own gain. And here we go. And it's just convenient the Freudian slip came out of Mr. R. Steven Johnson, acting president, acting boss of the Roberts Rule of Business's last meeting in January, that he said some yuckety yuck and let's go have a beer and talk about it. The problem is, stop driving my government drunk. If what you're interested in is having a beer and yucking it up with your friends, get off the board. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Why would you say that sitting in a public government hearing? Because no one ever called you out on it before, that's why. Come, each one cries, let me get wine. Let us drink our fill of beer. And tomorrow will be like today, or even far better. You'll have your name stamped in so many books that are going into the state archives. All press is good press. Sit around wallowing in your own slop, thinking that if they're out in the world cursing my name, it's the same as them hailing my name, because I get paid a salary. That's not a salary under law. Your foolishness. Can't find the Department of Labor website and figure out you don't get no salary. You don't have to work more than 40 hours a week. Not even for the government. You are not an exempted salaried position, which we can't get across on the street because you guys don't get it across at the government levels. If that was the fact, then why wouldn't you have these police, if you can't afford in your police budget to have them be working some overtime to fill those holes in all your police budgets, government as a whole? Then why don't you loan them to another police department? Oh yeah, because those benefits accrue throughout the state. So you sick them out into the world and they steal using taxpayer equipment with no training, no license holder, no insurance, and no certification. They steal our jobs. Mr. District Attorney, tomorrow will be better. Everything's going to be so much better. Let's go get a brewski, and sit around our court of jesters and sigh at the thousands of times per day that Bill McRae tells us he's a CPA. I'd love to audit those books, Bill McRae. Why don't you go get on the CPA board of licensures? The watchmen are blind. What does it say about them? It didn't say that the watchman was blind. It said that he sees the sword coming and does not sound the alarm. Let me translate it into dumb as Dean version of the Bible. To warn the people. You are accountable. It's a curse that some of us eyes got peeled open and the rest of you get to wander around willfully unseen, controlled by your inner lust for ice cream and fleshy pleasures in the immediacy, acting like a large, saggy-skinned, scared child. and priding yourself and preening yourself on your amazing way to be what I call it starts with SH, but we'll say poop house lawyer. Oh, you can verbal judo with the best of 'em, can't you? Well, I appreciate that, but dot dot dot. Which is another one of the deflection techniques taught in the cheese bag manual that Bill McRae loves to spit at his nemesis, Gary. Sorry, Gary. I'm drawing a blank again, and I even rehearsed it and practiced it and talked to one of your former employees. And I really like David D. When things got stupid, having been to the class and heard from my own mouth that what you really need before a bad thing happens in your life. I mean, shall I go back and find the picture? That I closed it? Obus squawking. Here comes the video. I guess I'm kind of off, Dennis Bodden. Where are we at? Oh, no. I didn't put the O in front of all the other ones. I might have to go back and edit it later. I'll research it. 0312. At last. Sadly, I may have to let Dennis Bodden. I apologize, Dennis Bodden and Company. I'm tired. Dennis Bodden. And I'm cold. These are my feet and my finger. It's cold. But the clicky clicky sound of freezing rain and sleet falling outside my place has ceased for a time. Faded. I'll try to find the song. I may have to let him fade away and let go. I'm sorry, Dennis. I tried. I really tried back in the day when this was fresh and new. True story. Crump, the Charlotte Mecklenburg area ACLU, and nobody else, including the newspaper people, cared not one bit. There may have been politics involved, or just the wicked nature of the world. They were all too scared of children to face that reality of, oh man, let's not open that can of worms. Okay, equals. Now, it with a red balloon. I may copy paste my it, the sewer dwelling clown, red balloon from Stephen King's book. It's time. Some stuff from the PPSB meetings, especially January. What date was it? I don't recall. 15, 2026, including the Paul Sherwin Good Job cops being CPPs, stuff, and other topics while looking at 74C and other things. In my best, worst, I'm attempting to flatter the most sincere. I am attempting to imitate the most sincere form of flattery. The world famous audit the audit narrator voice. I can't say it, so I won't make a mockery of it. However, quick break to maybe, I don't really feel it, pee again and grab some more coffee and water. All right. It still says 2 watching on my screen, George, if you're still there. Heart ya, bruh. Glad you're there. And if somebody pops in and says 3579 watching, tell them to read the screen. I got it zoomed pretty good. I'm on a break. I'll be right back. All right. Almost ready to wind it back up. I gotta get me a special effects. Soundboards. Videos all queued up, ready to hotkey. So the videos can pop up on screen and play. Like a really cool streamer. But then what happens is, what had happened were, kind of off on a tangent. One part of the brain is operating this mouth, spewing out all this stuff, so it's out of my, it's cathartic. Well, the other half of my brain's still trying to reorganize and do a mental outline for some of these other things that are still back in the deep end. Got a bad itch on my back. Have you got a bad back? I see the toy dolls. I started to say, finish up some thoughts of previous. We go fast and we go crazy and we hop like a Frogger game and off to get squished by the vehicles. Bad joysticks in control of my game of life. I tell to some people in some of my classes sometimes. That's what I meant to do. Pull up the picture. We're going to do some highly adult training that's even kid safe. All you child educators out there in the world, or parents, or call yourselves adults, and find yourself often wondering, how do we get this across to the children's? Can somebody teach the children's? And then sing more social distortion songs, because don't forget, they're your future, and you thought you had all the effing answers. Big adult lesson for all of life, and a memory. Big adult lesson equals before a bad thing happens, who are you going to talk to in confidence? Confidence. And I know I shouldn't be deleting the whole word. I should use a computer and use the spell check or the arrow keys to replace one missed letter. Who are you going to talk to in confidence that will not tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda, and how that would have never happened to them? Have an answer to that question. Have it written down. If it's not your favorite life partner, fiance, boyfriend, girlfriend, furry friend, whatever you have in your life, wife, husband, if you're still a child and it's not your mommy and daddy, parents, whatever you call them, daddy and daddy, I don't care about all that stuff, and you won't either when a bad thing happens. Thankfully, no one on planet Earth asked. Never mind. Unthankfully, nobody asked and announced loud and proud. What was Miss Iryna's favorite music? One of my favorite all-time musicians happens to be also Ukrainian. VK goes wild. You just look it up yourself. I've talked about her on previous streameries. Before a bad thing happens, you must have this known and written down. Who are you going to speak to? Because we are social animals. We are social beings. We seek the comfort of others. And no matter how many times we bang our head against that wall, we keep on doing it. And because none of our adults ever tell us, because all of our adults tell us nothing bad can ever happen to you, you're mine. Stop living lies. Accept the fact that a bad thing could happen, and it doesn't have to be as bad as you sat across the aisle, frozen in fear and terror and shock. Shock freezes you, locks your whole everything up. Disbelief, the suspension of belief. It doesn't have to be that bad. What a poor hook expires and the lights goes out less than 5 feet from you. Might as well be on the moon. They were left so alone in their last and final only moment. It could be that some stupid animal ran out in front and wrecked the headlight and fender on your car. That's a bad thing to people who haven't had it happen. And people like their cars. And now you got to go get all that fixed, and it could cost a lot of money. And do you have the right insurance for that? Comprehensive and collision, including uninsured critters bouncing across the road in the night. You never know till your insurance denies you, and you got to call the lawyer with the brown. But if you go to the standard places and you call yourself a standard average person, well, of course, you just go see the shrinktologies. Well, then they're going to stick you on pills and make a wreck out of you. And do whatever it takes to keep you 30 minutes on their couch once or twice a week, sung to the tune of $200 an hour. That's $400 a week. I'd listen to your BS and never fix it for $1,600 a month, too. In 30-minute sound bites. Ask you, and how does it make you feel? So anyway, somebody figure out how to get this across to everybody you know and write this stuff down. If it's not your loved ones immediately close to you, that if you just can't handle, you have to make these assessments or evaluations prior to the bad thing happening. You won't figure it out after the fact. And for like a couple, an adult couple, roommates or romantics, whatever you call yourselves, I don't care. If you're a Law Talk with Mike thruple, and all three of you are in a committed three-way relationship, good. If one of you falls down the stairs and breaks your leg, who do you want to talk to about it? That ain't going to say, were you drunk? Suck it up, buttercup. The time I broke my leg, the bone stuck out the side. I had to have 7 stitches. I wore my cast longer than you'll ever wear a cast. You just can't have somebody like that. And if that's who they are, it's not a bad. It's just who they are. But you also got to let them know. And me and my Priscilla have these good conversations. If I ever get put in a situation that I have to do stuff that I did once upon a time in my life, you ain't who I'm going to talk to about it. Unfortunately for me, I used to have somebody, and that faded away. That era ended. So now I am once again all alone in a world of crap, and I'll just cry out here to you, Internet. Bliss. And I'll pretend I'm a tough guy, like the character Copper that Al Pacino played in the great movie Heat, and say that I don't tell you whatever third wife screwing around with the other guy because I gotta keep my angst. If I cathartic it, I'll lose my edge and not be able to snap my fingers and be cool like Al Pacino. But I purposely try to isolate myself and be socially unacceptable and hide from the world so that I don't get exposed to things like that where I might revert and have to find somebody. And no matter how many times and how many lessons or however, I always, and there's been plenty that I've never talked to anybody about. That's between me and whoever I mumble to in the darkness of my closet. Deity or sparkly random esoteric Big Bang Theory. I've seen some stuff in this world. So everybody take that one lesson. And that leads back to the guy that I can't remember his name. Gary, the singer of the good band that's all what was recorded and remastered and redid by a guy who escaped America eventually. Hope you're okay over there and wherever you're at, Mr. Willie. Look on my videos, you'll find blackjacks. I still haven't put together a playlist. I still haven't put together the time, effort, and energy to go get me the copyright on that. So it just exists in limbo without copyright right now. It's all right. Who really owned it are pretty much, I mean, there are, I suppose, heirs and more involved than I was at the beginning. Shout, holla, James. Mm. But you can see where the kids are running from the wrong side of the tracks. Gary. Can't remember the other guy's name. There was another Gary. There's been many. Anyway, me telling stuff like that to classes of mine, some of them, that I ain't that guy for you. You figure it out in your life. I'm the one who told you that you got to figure that out. And if it's not your significant other or your parent and you're of an age where you might be considering these things just from driving, you got to let them know that first. But a guy who, I don't know, he did then, allegedly he may still now, named David D., former Raleigh Police Department officer, who we're going to talk about importantly in a moment. Paul Sherwin, cops doing this crap. And the whole board and the gray man told you, no, they do not. Oh, we'll see Dennis Bodden. And we're going to look at something Raleigh Police Department. That day, David D., well, hauling ass 911 to somewhere because a loved one of his had been COVIDized in the beginning and dangerous times of COVID, where the doctors and everybody else not knowing what they're doing was more likely to harm you or KIA you than the COVID was. Don't stuff a ventilator in them. Flip them over. We didn't know what we didn't know. There were casualties. Anyway, he called me up because he had no one else to call. And I had said that thing. And even though he had heard me and heard me say, and I am not who you are going to call, he called me anyway. And he threw right back in my face. Do you believe in destiny? So we had a good long talk. Well, he was on a long road to try to get to a whole nother state, worried that his overlord boss would replace him while he was gone because he didn't know how long he'd be gone. He was full of worry. And I'd only ever heard bad things about his boss because I'd only ever heard about his boss from Mr. Bill Matt Ray. Mm. And now that I had met the both of them, I didn't think much of Boss because Boss didn't spend time hanging around the peons like me. He went in there to have some words with the big old honcho boss on the board, Mr. McRae. So we had a long talk, and I assured Mr. David D that, hey man, you got to take care of your people. I believe from what I've heard from other of your workers and your underlings that your boss is not going to replace you and make you come back to nothing because you put your loved ones before you're been at it a few weeks job. I said, don't worry about it. If it ends up like that, you can come over here and be a slave and coerced scumbag like me for Mr. Bill Matt Ray. Mm. So anyway, because he had no one else, he called me and we had a good talk. And I did a lot of listening. And I'll never repeat, even if I do remember. Maybe I don't remember things that he said and stuff that we talked about. And mainly I listened and never told him woulda, coulda, shoulda. And yes, I believe in the destiny and all that jazz. It's a big adult lesson. Get something figured out. Don't call me, please. George, you can. Me and George can call each other. Good things preferred. But if a bad thing does happen, we call each other and listen to each other. Let's go. Let's get into, we tied it together. David D., 14 years at the Raleigh Police Department. Sorry, I got lost. I was looking for a number. 340 00 in 10 seconds. 340 00. David D. Above lesson. 14 years at, I know I'm not supposed to use acronyms, but I'm gonna. RPD. I might edit it before I put it in a pinned comment. And Paul, sure. Sorry, Paul. I'll slow down. Sherwin's Discovery and Gray Man's. And if it wasn't you, if it was the board members off camera, Gray Man, I don't apologize. We got this nonsense. And it's not just the stuff in the meeting. Talking about how we fix that. Police don't do that anymore. We already talked about Dennis Bodden. Ready, kids? Here we go. Raleigh Police Private Security Contract. 3 years. 20 hours daily, 4 a.m. to midnight at the Go Raleigh Downtown Transit Center. Capitol Special Police. Good for you, April 2024. Transit Center, Transit Center, Transit Center. There it is. RaleighNC.gov. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. RaleighNC.gov. Listen up. Whoever is currently warming the big seat at the Attorney General Office of North Carolina, hey, Mr. Williams, former FBI, I have access to some of the greatest former FBI. And they're like, yeah, I'm out of that business now. I'm out of the rackets, especially when it's local governments doing boo flops. Paste. Put that one in the chatter. And don't worry, Raleigh PD. It's right here on the video. Even if you go tonight or tomorrow, and you have better web guys that might within a year do something to your web than the PPSB does. It's right here on video. You ain't gonna deny it. And I have a whole bunch of this stuff downloaded as web page complete. And already been emailed. And I can go back to 1110 right now and show you how many times this has been sent to the PPSB and the NCDOJ. And they don't give a shite, Raleigh, but maybe you should, because it's you who is holding yourself out this way. So, let's put a link in here. And then let's take a listen over here. Who is this? Next time you have a board meeting there in tanky tops and beautiful blue oceans, take all of us with you. Seek and ye shall find. Let's see what we got. Where are we at? Hi, Ray Bullard. That was where Ray Bullard put a QR code or something. Making it easier, allegedly, to get our CE hours. There he is. There's Bill McRae. I recognize your width anywhere, sir. Diet, exercise, reduce your stress, bruh. How are you going to be an eternal board member? Ruler of all democracy securities. If you won't take care of yourself, if you don't protect the protector, you can't protect nobody else. Told you should have taken some of those classes with me, bonehead. Somehow I don't think this thing is doing right. Litigations. It was right after the director's party.
It passed. There were two versions of the House bill and the Senate bill. The Senate bill passed. This is clearly one of those situations where the old saying, there's two things in life you never want to watch be made. One is sausage and the other is the law.
Steve Johnson does have some good stuff to say. And he's a lot right about this right here. Catch him doing something right. Good job, Steve Johnson.
This January meeting is tough from a timing standpoint because they're often trying to get.
That's the voice of Mr. Paul Sherwood. I'm not going to play all this nonsense. The reading of the stuff. Yada, yada, yada. Because he brought it up after they had already. This is what's called the director's report. So Mr. Paul Sherwin is reading this. And I don't think he reads it word for word, but he has to hit the high points to get it into the record. But these things aren't transcribed, so it doesn't make any sense to me. But whatever. It's probably some state archives nonsense that we have to do these things. It's once Mr. Sherwin finished, and then the board voted under the Roberts Rules of Business. They motioned, they seconded, they voted that they were done and approved of Mr. Sherwin's report.
Of the HR 218.
As Mr. Gray stated, well, first of all, I appreciate the diligence of those individuals.
Oh,
Allow what the portion of the HR 218.
hang on. I have to mark this timestamp 148:38. Because that is where the gray man. Note 148:38 when the gray man. And thank you, Mr. Johnson, for belittling and misrepresenting, well, at least what I said, but saying it in a nice way. Sort of a deflection technique. I'll just take the good part of it. You appreciate it. I appreciate ya. Well, now mine says one watching now. Hope I didn't run George away. When the gray man. Mental gymnastic all over what I did not say. Lawyer dude. We are almost there, I think. Skip a little more.
Does allow what the comments were saying you couldn't do.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. Further discussion? Without further discussion, all in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries and y'all will respond.
The next matter is regarding litigation, pending litigation. We did file, as instructed by the board, a complaint for injunctive.
Ugh. I should have researched better. That's the lawyer talking, not Paul Sherwin.
Is insufficient for them to be interacting with juveniles and teenagers.
Okay, since we're on it, Bill McRae, and you said it in the September meeting, barked it at Gary, and I will pull it up eventually and get it properly into this, some version of a video to make sure it is. You got a lot of cojones, sir, talking about any amount of training when I'm about to pull up some receipts and everything else and call Karen Battle to task and hope that the board has done something when you sign certificates without giving the class. Stop barking about all the amount of training that everybody else on planet Earth is supposed to get when you got yourself certified as a trainer because you're on the board and you don't give the class at all. You sign their certificates and tell them to get their A's out onto your sites because that's the only way anybody's making money. And no, I didn't go through the front door, Bill. Because every time I've gone through the front door with anything about you and your business partner, Andy, or any other board member, it just vanishes. It goes away. I get a burner phone call from Ray Bullard or whoever came to me, because we call the shit list at the PPSB the dean's list. All the many scared children security guards that come to me and say, won't I twist it up in some way to make it a complaint against you? You know who done it, and you threaten them with firing and permanent. They won't ever be licensed or registered anything at the board. And then they go back to Ray Bullard and say, you know what? Nah, I can't testify. I can't nothing. Including Karen Battle. I sure hope you went to work. Sorry, I got activated. Bill's always barking about the guns for the super security guards that need to be all this training and all that training and all the other at the private schools that the new law allows. Shut up, dude. Here's your guys. One of them allegedly another licensee, shooting without use of the cover, with their guns extended beyond the yard line, in direct violation of the course of fire. You did it. You signed their certificates. They had 0 minutes and seconds of classroom, sir. Shut up. About how everybody that ain't you or works for you is going to have to take 17,000 years of training. And remember that mental gymnastics comment, Paul Sherwin. Did Karen Battle bring it to you? I didn't ask her to. I told her to. And I'm not going to forward it. I told her that too, in writing. You go talk to her about it. Where the complaints against board members and their companies, because at the time, Lolaire was shut down. This is from the Renfro Group's Facebook page that when I told one of their employees about it, all of a sudden Renfro Group deleted their Facebook page and locked it all up as private. Imagine that. It's all right. I took the screenshots and I sent them to Karen. And Bill, I got all of your, because they're public records, and we can all request any public records we want. Mr. Give them more training. You don't even bother to lie on your pre and post deliveries that you magically teleport you and your students from range to apex out of order. Classrooms required first for research, with 0 minutes travel time between carry and apex for exactly 4 hours and 0 minutes of classroom every single time. And all of them at the exact same time. But when I ask any of the people whose names are on those lists, did you have class? They all answer no. It's on its face. So all of you board, all of you, and you, Paul Sherwin, go back to that not approved training certificate. And as I demanded of all of you repeatedly, send me a link to a law, a code, or a bull crap memo. And blame the web guys for not publishing it that says anything other than what the law and the code say, that a certified firearms trainer will sign the certificate. Oh, as long as it's a board member and one who's been kicked off the board before and disciplined for working people without registrations and cheating people out of their classes, that the NCDOJ said, oh, ripping off your clients isn't fraud if you're a security guard company. Complain to the board. And the board said, ripping off your clients, theft is not a PPSB regulated thing. You have to go to DOJ. That's okay. You guys win. I'm still 90% sure that I'm not going to do another one of these BS background checks and renew this firearms certificate. I ain't going to terminate nothing. But you guys want it? I'll just sit over here, broke and lonely, instead of teaching classes and trying to tell people something good, like actually how to use their tools, including their brain, or give them some classroom at all, and not be brazen about, well, I'm on the board, what are they going to do to me? Or, never mind, because he wasn't on the board then. Well, my baby boy Andy, he's on the board, and he bought my company out of bankruptcy. And I found out later, don't dissect your heroes, but whatever. Of course, he didn't say it first, but he said it best. The old Chad Thompson of Once Upon a Time long, long ago said, don't disservice your students. And by it, he meant, don't hold yourself out to be their instructor, trainer, teacher if you're not qualified. And if you're going to charge them for the hours or not charge them, if the law requires that they have a minimum of 4 hours of classroom, then you avail yourself to them for those 4 hours. Including the fact that the law says it's a misdemeanor crime for you not to. And then you charge them out of their paychecks. Low layer protection agency site ncdps.gov. Here we go. Find it. Find the letter. Oh, it's right there. First months of COVID. Well, we were unraveling and Bill having tantrums and slapping his desk. How I keep telling him what all the things wrong with his company, like his general manager that he hired for all kinds of, if you listen to him tell it, altruistic, good guy reasonings. But I more tend to believe the bad guy himself when he said he took the client list of another private investigation agency and brought it to Bill McRae. After he'd been revoked as a private investigator and firearms trainer from the board for wearing his private investigator badge and a gun into an elementary school that was the school of his girlfriend's daughter that he eventually went to state jail for, or prison, for molesting the girl for a good long time, including the night that got him caught was at Bill McRae's client's place, where his revoked and suspended guy general manager had already done violence to somebody wearing a gun and an agent bulletproof vest that Bill and the client concealed. Is there a pattern here, Bill? Is there a problem? Maybe you should quit the damn board and quit security. Stop it. I told you before. You could yell and cuss and swear at me all you want to, sir. All I'm doing is telling you the truth. So here, Paul Sherwin, all the rest of you. It says in your state ethics acts, all these other things ethical. If you continue to violate 74C and the related code, not only should you be permanently revoked, suspended, or denied any licensing, registration, or certification or permit under the board, you should absolutely not be on the board. LOL. LOL. On December 17th, 2020, William McRae / Low Layer Protection Agency, Inc. entered into a consent agreement with the board in the amount of $21.42 for registration violations. That was then. I sent all the information to Karen Battle, and she never answered my one simple question. Karen, did those two officers that expired under low layer and then on paper got full classes, 20-hour classes, to get registered new at the Renfro group, work at all, especially armed, grab the payroll of both companies, and find out? You don't even have to ask them and force them to lie for William McRae, because they will. So there it is. We'll find out or we won't. When this is all said and done with, sometime tomorrow in the ice and snow when everybody's closed, I'll send everybody involved, mainly Paul Sherwin, tell them to spread around. I don't care. And you can listen to it or not. Go ahead and try to defend your honor or not. Send me something in writing that says how I'm wrong here, and I'll print a retraction. But if in 2020 he got caught for this, and I caught him, plain and simple, there it is on papers and searching through. Thankfully, in the last couple of years, they got us a search at Permitium. Those officers were not registered. And according to their own training certificates from Mr. William McRae, obviously, and what he did back then in 2020 that caused this problem is tried to blame his ADD and said he just forgot to renew them. That's all. I just forgot. Yep. Well, if he just forgot again and then he exposed Mr. Renfro's group of companies to that kind of liability and absent-mindedness, and Mr. Renfro failed in the duty as a board member and the CEO, vice president, owner, whatever the heck old roommates call each other, business partners, in the duty to train and supervise Mr. McRae as nothing more than a certified trainer for the Renfro companies. and whoever was supposedly in charge of registrations, then they all should be kicked off the board. Go back and listen to that September meeting where you argued about being late for 30 minutes, Bill McRae. The board can vote you off for anything, and you can vote anybody else off for any reason. All you got to do is have a vote. It's like almost like you're in an at-will state. If a bunch of you decide you don't want someone on the board, and I don't know, does it have to be an open session in the main board meeting, or can you have one of your closed private session where that person is recused because you're voting them off your island? Consult with the gray man about that. And all the rest of you board members. You should probably get, because you're being judged by that is what is your prime example premier board member. And I'm not even going to get into the board employees and board members held the minutes for over 7 months when Andy Renfro himself was suspended in all his license for 6. They never told anybody in the industry about it until the suspension was inactive, which can't be found in code or law either. Sure as hell didn't tell the clients. Not sorry. If you guys had ever fixed any of this horse crap, I wouldn't be here raging about it. I offered all of you, Paul Sherwin, all of you, free classes. Not even the appearance of impropriety, beyond reproach, unquestionable. And you're so brazen, and what I'm dying to ask, but she won't answer questions. Were you hoping that I'd go public with all this about Bill McRae, Karen Battle? If you don't want to be an investigator and a training coordinator for the PPSB, including holding the board members' feet to the highest fire and not kicking Dean in the nuts about everything that they tell you to do, law dog. If you don't want to do it and take it serious, like little girls on a train, life depend on it, then get out. Go back to some kind of police department where you have total immunity from everything, including morals. And you're no special or different. You board employees got to get your heads out of your bums. Please, Mr. Smythe, something. Burn the administrative code like happened under your watch over for concealed carry at DOJ. The city of Raleigh is elected to permit employees of the Raleigh Police Department to engage in secondary employment and extra duty employment outside of an employee's normal city work hours. And yes, I'm going to read this whole damn thing into the record, because this is holding yourself out as conspirators to commit many crimes. And there's no reason to. Absolutely none. Except that we do whatever the hell we want to do. Because we still in our idiot minds think it's 1972 and can't nobody be called out on nothing. There ain't no such thing as the internet. And even if there is, don't nobody care anyway. Don't worry about it. It's just me. We're just talking. We're just friends. We're frenemies. brazen. 11 years ago, word of the year. When I had a rogue cop, Ray Bullard, threatening to I'll kick your door and snatch your life and your livelihood. And instead of dealing with that and getting any help from anybody, I'm dealing with your BS. And listening to smart aleck gray man trying to define what is a we. And misstate and misrepresent what somebody said. You win, you get paid. It's all good. This whole thing has gone to pot. Sorry. I rubbed my shirt cuff on my... Jesus, please. Jesus. Jesus, por favor. My shirt sleeve rubbed on my touchpad thing. And everything went to pot. All the windows rearranged. Where am I at? 4, 12, big rant activated by B. McRae and his horse who make more training speeches. Speech in the January 2026 meeting. And I'm not going to go back there because I'll go off again. I got the timestamp up there for dealing with what I just partially ranted on about the gray man and word mincing and misrepresenting and misstating and all of you being in a big circle jerk up there. Her blood's on your hands. I hope the next one is one that you care about. Because if all of you are this kind of scumbaggerly criminals, including the Raleigh Police Department, with your backing and your denial and how you straightened them out a million years ago, then you just keep living in that bubble and don't expect any sympathy when it happens to you and yours. But don't worry. It'll never happen to you and yours, because this wicked, evil, worldly system we live in rewards only the wicked. You guys are golden. Keep up the good work. Hiring. Raleigh police officers do not arrange their own off-duty jobs. All job requests are screened and assigned by the Raleigh Police Department. If you want to hire off-duty police officers for an event or other circumstance, we encourage you to review the following. And what other could this be? They even have an email box. RPD, off duty. Send them an email. I sent some emails to these emails. I don't remember who was down here then. But this one, of course, it never got an answer. Witnesseth. Oh, these old, proper 1685 quill and inkwell forms. Whereas. Secondary employer, that would be the private entity. See, it's up here. The sole proprietor, corporation, LLC, or other. Not government. And an individual who is a sworn law enforcement officer and member of the Raleigh Police Department. Okay? Raleigh police officer. Contract for secondary employment. Officer wishes to engage in off-duty hours providing services that may involve law enforcement activity. Hold on. Just wait for it. When necessary, of the power of arrest. 15A401. Blah, blah, blah. The parties acknowledge. The parties are going to have a hell of a lot of insurance because the city sure can't justify. And you poor cops, please, Raleigh police, don't get hung up in this. In order for you to do this, cops, you have to sign over your immunity and trust that the insurance of these private employers will indemnify you, which is another one of them classes, all you highfalutins. And Bill McRae, I did several of them in your place, in your slavery, whatever you want to call it, that you refuse to listen to because you know everything about that 6-hour class, because you know everything about everything. You understand the employment is not exclusive. Secondary employer may employ other officers. An officer may work for other secondary employments. Secondary employer agrees to assume liability and responsibility for officer's actions and claims arising out of injury, death, property damage caused by officer. Oh, wait. While the officer is working in the course of the secondary employment, including any incidents occurring during the officer's employment, but for which claims may be made subsequent to such employment. At the exclusive direction of the city and not the secondary employer. Secondary employer shall defend, indemnify, and hold harmless the officer, the city, its departments, its officials, its agents, blah, 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 lots of legal words. How those legal words treating you. And remember, smart aleck, in 74C, cops cannot be licensed, and if they are registered, then they have to wear private security stuff and pass a minimum amount of our training and our higher qualification standard. This is all great. Sounds like a lot of words, except they're all illegal. Because guess what? The private insurers, no matter how ill-advised or uneducated the officers who are supposed to know to ability to enforce it, the law, and the secondary or private employer should have asked their private insurer to assume the liability and responsibility. Notice it doesn't say to provide insurance. That's elsewhere in the contract. But any idiot employer who's going to run off and do this kind of thing, they're going to F up and find out that your willful violating of law or your negligent violating of the law disqualifies you from any claim. Workman's comp insurance won't cover this. Neither will liability insurance. If one of these secondary employed City of Raleigh cops uses excessive force on somebody, secondary employer, it's on you. Any claims, including claims arising out of the North Carolina Workers' Compensation Act. So if your idiot cop falls down on your idiot job, Your workman's comp is supposed to cover them. What if you and the cop are breaking the law? Now your workman's comp ain't going to. And it's excluded in the act. And it doesn't matter how you cannot make a compact between government agents and private persons to violate the law. It doesn't matter how many words you pile on. They got this part right. Secondary employer agrees to forever release any claims of law against the city, its agents and employees. You can't exclude them. It doesn't matter if they sign this unknowingly or under duress or whatever. You guys lawyers figured it out. I'm not a lawyer. This cannot be upheld in court. It violates private employment rules. This is a private employment contract. This is not a contract between a secondary employer and the city and its police. Remember that whole thing, Paul Sherwin, that I'm not going to try to find anymore? Maybe I'll listen to it tomorrow. Find where you did good, sir. You tried to tell them, and then just not hearing it because they perfected this so long ago. Go listen again to Dennis Bodden thing. So you agree to compensate officer at a rate of no less than 45 per hour. You're solely responsible for compensating the officer. All applicable tax laws, wait for it. I don't even remember if it's in here. Look at this. Commercial liability insurance in the amount of $1 million and $2 million. That kind of defeats what most people have as insurance. And here it is. Number 1.15 on page 4. Secondary employer acknowledges and agrees to employ officer consistent with North Carolina General Statutes, paragraph 74C-21, which provides as follows. And remember, they've carefully focused on one piece. And then they misquoted. Gray man. Just because they wrote stuff over here, does that mean it's okay? No law enforcement officer of the United States, this state or any other state or any political subdivision of a state shall be licensed as a private detective or security guard and patrol license. Not in North Carolina, we don't have licenses for individual guards. They must be registered. On off duty, and it's right here. It's in their own contract. And whoever these people are, including all of the city of Raleigh and the Raleigh managers and everybody else, they wrote it right here. An off-duty law enforcement officer may be employed during his off-duty hours by a licensed security guard and patrol company. Note that was not mentioned until we got to page 4. All this stuff up here about the secondary employer, none of these people are licensed for these little events. You couldn't get a license in time to get the little event. So they're already breaking the law at B. On an employer-employee basis, an off-duty law enforcement officer shall not, let me get a little louder, try to get a little deeper now. Please go back, somebody, and study the hell out of the Dennis Bodden affair. An off-duty law enforcement officer shall not wear his police officer's uniform or use the police equipment while working for a security guard and patrol company. If they're not working for a security guard and patrol company, then they are acting as both a license holder and a registered officer. They're breaking 74C twice. Oh. I don't know what exactly this is supposed to mean, but what it really means is they just don't give a damn. A law enforcement officer may provide security guard and patrol services on an individual employer-employee basis to a person, firm, association, or corporation that is not engaged in a security guard and patrol profession. So maybe they mean like a proprietary thing, but C, and what proprietary is like if you had a big retail department store and you hired armed loss prevention guard officers, they must be registered under 74C, and you have to have a private license. But an employer-employee basis, the only way this is legit is if it's unarmed and they're not required to have any kind of license at all. And there may just be a piece of law missing, or a typo, or garbage in our law, which absolutely exists top to bottom. But Raleigh, you can't claim this because it says right there in your own quoting of the law, the one specific part you picked out, because there's too many words in laws for you to worry about more than one little piece. Well, that's the piece that says cops in it, isn't it? Yeah. You may not have a license, and you may not licensed or registered in an employment contract, any other basis, be wearing your cop clothes and using your cop patrol company cars at all. And that's what Paul Sherwin stated. They were now out, and they're out loud and proud about whatever the hell they're calling their liaisons, which must be this little group. That's just something Paul Sherwin said in The Gray Man. Kept quoting the liaison or the off-duty liaison or some jibber jabber that probably doesn't exist. Well, that's what we heard, or we didn't. For virtually every assignment, officers will be required to be in full uniform and duty equipment. Only in exceptional circumstances and with prior approval of the chief of police can an officer work in an assigned in plain clothes. This is all private work, private security. Apparently, Raleigh police and all of the state's web people and super smart lawyers that also lawyer for PPSB and CJS and a bunch of other outfits and go give speeches during training courses at the academy and the community college are unaware of instruction to employers. So their instructions is that you got to have a certificate of insurance, la-di-da-di-da. You must name the city of Raleigh as an additional insured. And it doesn't matter if they actually do this, board, DOJ, everybody. They're holding themselves out as. Then there's a minimum rate, all this. contract for secondary employment. The big problem with this in every way, and if they can do what everybody else can, if a big old city like Raleigh, the capital city, can do that, why do you think little podunks like Pineville do it? Go see Hannibal Lecter movie. Clay Reese is sitting in the car with the FBI guy and says, them little guys in the state look up to you. You're the FBI. So then what we have to look at is, I think, NC law. I don't know which number it is. Somebody help a brother out. 7 or E. Oh, yeah, there it is. You see, 74C does not apply. If you're going to work your cops as security guards, then all of your nonsense and secondary employment and them having to adhere to 74C, number 21, is a bunch of, it's either magical misdirection or you're just plain wrong. And you're brazen and out loud and proud about it. If they're going to work in police uniforms with arrest powers, it's called 74E, company police. Because another part of 74C, let's get to there, how you get to there. NC, PPSB. There it is, Private Protective Services Board. It's a side office. It's a division. It's a nothing inside of the North Carolina Department of Public Safety. You guys got to get yourselves off your pedestal. No matter how much you stomp your feet and insist that you should always be your own thing, then talk to your legislators and get her done. But until that time, you are under and subject to the Department of Public Safety. And I'll probably send a link to this to the Rules Review Commission too. Because with a timestamp, when I get to it, I'm already wore out. You are such a wear out. Scroll down the page. Negative 8.5 bad. And I hate using decimals, but for the first year or so that Paul Sherwin was there, I sent him emails. -7, maybe -6, because it really was -10 bad for about 16 years before Paul Sherwin got there. Whether he did it or coincidentally, I lead towards the latter. Because the more I get to know him, the more he's just like contempt of cop, prideful, authoritatively wrong, and God, those mental gymnastics over the freaking... I've seen your videos. And the no answer. And nope, I already let the time run by. I can't appeal it to the Office of Administrative Courts or Office of Administrative Hearings. Been down that road many times in the past. Just because it didn't happen to you, Paul Sherwin, doesn't mean it didn't happen. You're a baby at the board. I've been kicked in the nits by them for a long time. So you scroll past all their... On his watch, they've updated the website some. We've started to have some stuff put up the website. One thing I would like to point out, which I have pointed out in writing several times, if you go under trainer certification, even though they delisted it at YouTube, here is a link still to the do not look at it, do not use it, and it says delisted, meaning the Department of Public Safety, who under the previous secretary erroneously and low IQly put it up there. Thankfully, somebody in the modern era hid it and delisted it, but you guys still won't get rid of the link. But okay, you leave a link to it. People might watch that video and learn from it and be putting their hands on people. Blame yourselves when security guards are listening to that garbage. Okay, down here at the bottom, laws and rules. Always go here if you don't want to trust your search bar and look at this links to the ncledge.net, the most current, latest, recent. They may update it 10 minutes from now. Click refresh on your browser. Copy of 74C. They quoted the 21. What they didn't quote was the disqualifying offenses. You cannot be licensed and or registered in any way if you have ever held yourself out as or actually performed the services. Nine, 10, 11, it's number 12. Duty to report. Denial suspension. If you impersonated or permitted or aided or abetted any other person to impersonate a law enforcement officer of the United States, this state, any other state, or any political subdivision of a state. That's what everybody that hires those Raleigh cops in secondary employ and BS shoehorns it under 74C. Because number 21 says those aren't cops and they're not licensed or registered security officers. They cannot do that. That's impersonating. Because it's here doesn't make it not law elsewhere. Have you ever made any false statements, Bill McRae, in your applications or your certifications, calling mine invalid, which is another bone I want to pick with you guys, but I'm running out of gas and I want to go eat something some point. How come when you recused yourself, you and Andy, Bill, from the vote on denying my certificate by declaration and loop, well, you can always appeal back to us, and then you can appeal back to us. Okay, how come when you two boneheads, white, overweight males, recused from something on the board, you didn't step down and sit in the back of the bus, but you guys sure as heck made the black woman do it in the January meeting? Just saying. Can somebody see it that way? I see it that way. Why? Is it because she's black and a lady? Why couldn't she sit up there right next to Steve, where he sat up there and said, I just won't say anything, but I'm the blah blah? How come none of you protested too much? So here we go. On all those things I mentioned previously, where you falsified and you swore under penalty of perjury on those certificates, certifications, that they had their 4 hours or 20-hour classes and they followed the course of fire, like shooting behind the cover and not letting the muzzle of their gun extend beyond the barricade. Well, you signed them. You turned them in as the application with registration because guards can't do it anymore. It goes through the permitium. Only the license holder or their qualifying agent can do it. So there you go, Bill. You should be denied, suspended, revoked, and removed. Oh, did you violate provisions of this chapter? 1 and 2. Did you violate any rules adopted by the chapter? Well, probably. If you broke the law itself, you probably broke several sections of the code, including not following the course of fire. And all of you at the board employees don't got to worry about it. But you guys at the board going along with it, allowing Raleigh police to wreck themselves like that. If I could get some of that Elon Musk money, what I'd do is file a federal lawsuit and try to seek injunction and get every one of those cops and lawyers and city managers and everybody associated with all of it revoked from their CJS certifications. Engaged. Here we go. Number 6. This applies to all of you. Bill McRae, back to, did them guys work expired? Yes or no? Answer the question. Engaged in or knowingly permitted any employee to engage in a private protective services profession when not lawfully. Legally means following the letterings of a law. Lawfully means fully within that law and any codes under that law. C-74C Security Guard and Patrol. Number 1, detect and prevent crime. Number 2, detect and prevent rule breaking. Both of those on private property. If you don't know how to find law and find code and use your words, you cannot do that. They're the same letter A, misnumbered in your silly book as 1, is the same one that the police have. Detect and prevent crime. Unless it's you, cop, doing number violations of number 6. What do you mean you're working without a license or registration issued? But I got a contract with the city of Raleigh. You cannot contract to break the law. Why don't you just write your guy's contract between you and every bank robber in the state that you guys are going to go rob the banks for them and split it 70-30 in your police cars and your police uniforms? Is it that serious? I don't know. Ask dead guy Dennis Bodden. He thinks it's pretty serious. And who was providing the security at wherever that site was that the cop abandoned the site? Raleigh Police, PPSB. And then, on top of all this, engaged in or knowingly permitted. Willfully. Here it is advertised. How to do it. And flick your little finger. Oh, that's the wrong one. The contract. Flick your little finger at NC 21, but ignore all the rest of 74C. You know, if you pick a few words out of the Bible, you could say that the good Lord wants you to hurt yourself. You can't pick pieces and parts out of the law, especially if you're going to misstate what anybody everywhere said, gray man. If you're going to go correct. If you're going to come correct. Violated any provision of this chapter. Yep. Impersonated police by knowingly working security and advertising it as 74C security, not 74E company police, which would still be impersonating a public officer by doing that in Raleigh police clothes. Where's that keen acumen now, Paul Sherwin? How come you haven't seen this and got it fixed? Too busy measuring penises with somebody else and saying that I didn't clearly identify yard markers? Well, neither did anybody else. I sent you in a letter. If you're going to apply that standard to me, then you have to invalidate all training certificates. Secondary employers shall not require or request officer to act in any manner which is unlawful, improper, or inconsistent with the Raleigh Police Department policy. Yeah, because you can't ask them to commit crimes because we do. These things unsay themselves. This is how bad. This is why I called it the North Carolina list papers. This is run amok. You're buried in all this BS. And I've been doing this too long with too many places, having to send letters to my mostly Injun tribe called a band in California. You can't vote to break the law. You can't write a private treaty to break the law. If we could, then most of you I would invite to sign an indemnification paper and meet me on the range. Not you, Steve Johnson. You're better than me. When I'm ready to leave this place finally, then you and me will sign mutual indemnification and release hold harmless, and you can end me, sir. Because that's how much you people make me hate the fact that I was ever even born, let alone revived by some imbecile school nurse in the 7th grade when I'd been beaten to death. And every single day I wake up, I'm still in the same place with more of you filth in it. And you're not special. You're average. You're ordinary. You're common as hell, they say here. And I can't just go along to get along. I tried once to become a drunk with my Injun heritage, my volatile firewater-proof DNA never allowed me to get to a state where I could claim I didn't remember what kind of mess I made yesterday. But go ahead, wrap all your crap up in packages and compacts and contracts. Spout, cite, bloviate, make yuck and act like a class clown and talk about how the gray man tells you not to open your mouth, or sometimes he even tells you to shut up your mouth. Please, sir, Mr. Gray Man, the gray shady man that dances in the shadows, I love you. Even if he's lying, I imagine you telling him to STF you every chance you can get, and him ignoring you, and then him thinking it's funny to say it, I don't know, 15 times in the damn public meeting. Well, I'm gonna say some damn fool thing, and I'm sure Gary would tell me, or not Gary, sorry, Gary. It's always you that he addresses his garbage to, and I said I wouldn't. And the gray man tells me not to run my mouth, or when I say I shouldn't say something, he says you're right. Thank you, gray man. Thank you. Even if he made it up, even if it's just his delusion and his class clown, jolly fat guy, self-deprecating, self-effacing horse crappery. I'll give him that and I'll call it true and I'll say, good for you, sir. Because other than me, no one else will tell him to shut his pie hole. Knowingly committed on whatever, man, all these other things. And here's the problem. I don't even care. All these things, they all get torn apart. Here it goes. 74C-13. This involves firearms. Everything in firearm is encapsulated solely in 74C-13 and the many promulgated codes. This is where proprietary security organizations, which I finally got my license back, agent of evil Ray Bullard, you did that for them. And yes, I still have the original wall hanger licenses, and no, you won't ever get them back or get me to attest to you, sir, that I destroyed them. And here we go, Mr. Smarty Pants, Smarmy Mouth Gray Man. Where in anywhere else in this silly code, I mean, this silly law, below the definitions, did they ever mention CPP other than way up here at the top where they shoehorned it in 3A? And you guys didn't do it. And the goofy, silly, funny state legislator and greatest governor ever, whoever it was at the time, the reviser, some typist, some lawyer somewhere who actually can read, redesignated as subdivision A5A. Why all this? You guys mangled that. So, bodyguarding, close personal protection. It's not mentioned anywhere else, ever else, because they don't care. I mentioned earlier, so let me find it again. There it is. Shoehorned in later in 2024-30, this grandfathering in of private investigators to have a CPP endorsement. Scroll down, impersonating law enforcement. My eyes fell on it again. There's the education fund that never gets explained. I was looking for something, severability, the misdemeanor. Any person firm is guilty of a class 1 misdemeanor. I don't remember if it was November or September, and I apologize, board, video watchers, Paul Sherwin. I apologize, and I wrote it in a comment and in the description. I should not have typed that, but after all that time, them talking about, we gotta do something, we can't do nothing. You know, how can we find somebody? If you violate any of the provisions of this chapter, you are guilty of a class 1 misdemeanor. And here it is. You see, gray man, this isn't supposed to be the Attorney General. This is supposed to be, since 2014, the Secretary of the Department of Public Safety. Has concurrent jurisdiction with the district attorneys of this state to prosecute violations of this chapter. You don't need to name the Attorney General. It was only ever named in there because when PPSB was born, it was born under the DOJ. They shoehorned it out and into DPS in 2014. They don't care enough to roll all the way to 17 to fix it, let alone 13 to add the word CPP or blah, 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 or any other license. You can twist and mince all you want to. And you know you're right because they pay you. They just abuse me. So you're right. You win. You guys are hurting my feelings enough. But you're lawbreakers. You're immoral. You're unethical. And you don't like me saying it. Make it not factually so. And I guess try to make me stop. It's my radio show. So there's no reason to say the Attorney General or their representative has concurrent jurisdiction. The Attorney General is the jurisdiction list, except for the boundary borders of our state, top law enforcement officer, attorney. They, of course, have jurisdiction. It's supposed to say the secretary. And so I again ask, now Governor Josh Stein, former Attorney General, back end, ha ha ha, of the Cooperstein monster, when you were Attorney General, why, when I gave you all the goods and all the evidence and all the everything of the consumer fraud, did your representatives say, oh, that's security, contact the board? 174C itself redundantly and erroneously and unnecessarily names you as having any kind of jurisdiction over crime in our state. Attorney General is the man, woman, person. See, it's not just the PPSB. It's all, every level. But this is what we're talking about today. And you guys work so hard to be wrong and illegal and unlawful and unethical. Where if you'd stop being busy idiots, go look up I can't even say the name of the book from 1835 in England. It's what they called everybody from the king to the peasants involved in alchemy, investing and losing their everything and going into deep debt for the conversion of straw into gold or other such magic and illusions. It's like thaumaturgia. Busy idiocy. Bunch of make work is what Warren Buffett calls it. Mental gymnastics is what I called it to you, Paul Sherwin. That's pure geniusness. Then apply it to everybody. Set a whole new set of rules and codes. And the only way, I guess, for us to comply would be for you to send an auditor to audit it, like I told you and invited you to come do mine. Because no matter how much you deny or exclude or whatever, the reality, because when everybody starts to talk it in your ear space, you click your heels together and finger your ears and say, nanny, nanny, I can't hear you. All the other firearms trainer who don't hate me anyway, because I make students take full classes and I won't adhere to that, just sign a certificate and get dirt on me like all of them. And the reason I'm that way is because the board spent decades kicking my ass about it. Let us catch you in a slip up, Dean, you're done. You're just so lame brained, you won't even ask yourself, Andy, why is he the king of documentation? In lieu of revocation of a license or permit. This is why security guards, folks in America, in North Carolina, security guards can't get anything done to them like civil penalties because it says right here in 74C, it must be a license or permit holder. It doesn't say registrant, certificate holder, dee-da, dee-da, dee-da. So in order for the civil penalty of no more than $2,000 per violation against any person or business who violates any provision of this chapter or rule, that's for a license holder. They can replace some amount of the criminal responsibility by carefully and with equity and beyond reproach. And don't let some idiot like Dean get on the internet and say, this doesn't fly. You guys are just wrong. You do wrong. You are wrongdoers. But other than converting it to money for a license holder, because what are you going to do, bleed a stone? A security guard who won't tell his boss that his G word got stolen, so he's running around with his wife's in his pocket, can't be fined by the board. You sure as hell could have had him charged with every violation as misdemeanors stacked on misdemeanors stacked on misdemeanors in a criminal proceeding. And all that hemming and hawing in multiple meetings. What can we do? What can we do? Godfather, what can we do? And then Godfather jumps up and smacks that guy in his face and says, you can act like a man. Our hands are tied. What can we do? It's the same old thing you guys said about unlicensed activity and all this other stuff you were mentioning the other day in the meeting. And the meeting before that. And the meeting, what are we going to do about it? I have, on good belief, that given confidentiality and auditability, that because of your guys blowharding and talking in hallways, security companies that could be tied to board employees have already been providing contract gun-armed security at private schools before your cheesebag law ever went in effect. And that, like my other letter said, is just a simple matter of private schools and their private insurers. You can shut up about it, all of you. It is the law. An employee, not a contractor, an employee of a school, private only, in this state, may carry a handgun or some other things. Also, I have on good fact, and of course the public school involved refuses to acknowledge in Cumberland County. Another been in trouble several times with the board already, brand new baby licensee, having sent sticks, heavy flashlights, pepper spray, handcuffs, and other tools and implements, minus handgun security guards, into the Cumberland County public schools. Well, it wasn't a gun, it wasn't armed. It doesn't say no guns. It says nothing that can be construed to be a weapon, like pepper spray, handcuffs. You're the board. You figure it out. How could I know and hear about these things, and allegedly you guys can't? So, all the above, take your board investigations, which is another bone to pick. I have a serious bone to pick about your incompetence and lack of care with many of your investigators. That'll just have to be another nothing for another nothing day. You absolute mindlessness, and you think you guys go yourselves and study at the North Carolina School, UNC, School of Law and Governance, and learn yourself the difference between law enforcement, limited qualified immunity, and other, without the other spelled out. It's just called government immunity. The title of it. It's for you employees, not for board members. Board members are almost totally immune, unless we can tie it back to your business as a license holder. Like, are you using the government to monopolize business in our state? If I could just get the ear of a Fed. Or a real cop, or a real lawyer at DOJ, but there ain't none. The last good one left, and now he's the Secretary of the Department of Public Safety. Huzzah, sir. Glad you got off that sinking ship. Yeah, madness. But anyway, the limits are lower and the disqualifications are easier for not sworn law enforcement officers in their line of duty. If I had money, and that's all it takes, and you guys can all go thank whatever deity you thank for rewarding with you with your luxurious power that you have over the rest of us piss poor peasants and Indians off their reservations. That I don't have money, because I would not only, I can't trust any other lawyer. I would stuff a bunch of passionate constitutionalists through whatever law schools I had to put them through to become my lawyers and sue all of you and take all of your houses and cars away. And figure out some way how to bounce it out of state or make it a federal lawsuit for civil rights violations so that I could garnish or garnish ye your wages. Hey, Republican majority used to be a veto-proof supermajority in this goofy state. Put attachment or garnish of wages in our law for civil judgments. It's something that all the whiny liberal-D woke states have had since forever. Or I wish I could get one of the big boy companies that's headquartered out of this state to bring a lawsuit against you people. Because if the lawsuit originates out of state, they can go after your personal finance and garnish and attach any future wages. Well, yeah, we do need some government accountability for cops, 911 for cops that run around the streets playing security until they, oh man, that's that guy, I'm gonna go kick his ass, and they end up shooting him. Yeah, we know how that works, cop. You'll be the mayor's new best friend. They're gonna make you Capitan. LT. You're gonna be LT. And I was looking for something, but I keep getting distracted and run down these wildy roads like you guys crying and dying about what could we do? What could we do? Call the district attorney. The AG's office is useless. Get a public investigator to come rubber stamp your work and file misdemeanor charges against all these people. Boo-coos of them. And then tell all those people to see 74C-12. Because most of them will fail to report. But no, instead of having what's the lie that starts this all? The purpose of this act is to increase the level of integrity, competency, and performance of private protective services professions in order to safeguard the public health, safety, and welfare. If you truly believe that, there is seriously something wrong with you. Because how can an outfit, an organization, a court of jesters at any level increase the level of anything? When all out here, right in your face, is that the Raleigh police, the Pineville police, a myriad or all of our law enforcement, sheriff's offices, and police agencies, we ain't got to know the law and follow the law, including the Department of Public Safety, which I closed the tab. Ding dang it. Shame on me. Let's get an AI overview. Wait, where's my AI overview? I'm sorry. I closed the tab. Always take screenshots, and I didn't take screenshots either. In case Google changed it on you. Trying to make you think you're insane and gaslight you. I got my eyes on you, Google. The North Carolina Department of Public Safety is an umbrella agency that carries out many of the state's law enforcement. Law enforcement. And Homeland Security functions. So DPS is law enforcers. But nobody licensed or registered under DPS can claim DPS, nor can they hold themselves out as any kind of law enforcement. I wonder, as it says under here, the private protective services professions defined. Here we are, security guard and patrol. Letter A, prevention or detection of a long list of, other than accidental fire, crime. B, prevention observation, which they added for me because I kept telling them, when you tell me observe and report and somebody's doing the R word after violently taking your wife or daughter to the ground, how do you want me to observe and report it? Holding my phone upright TikTok or side to side YouTube? Shut up, Dean. Prevention, observation, or detection of rule breaking. And here it is, letter C, bodyguarding. Protect. There can be no other patrons than persons. We're not in a dog or people state. That's only Colorado. Protection of people. And we have to spell this out for cops and for us lesser than cops, not cops, nothing security people. Protect the people lawfully authorized to be on the premises. Don't side with the bad guys. Or being escorted between premises and they just fluffed the words out. This ain't unarmed security guard class. This is me doing stuff. I said earlier I was going to read that piece. That's what we do. This whole thing about control, regulation, or direction of the flow or movement of the... Nope, full stop. We don't do anything with public. 74C does not offer any, not to its employees, not to the board members. The board members get theirs under 150B. And especially not to us idiots, us absolute morons that keep investing time and money in trying to stupidly adhere to this nonsense about integrity, competency, and performance. That we don't just go there to get ours and screw everybody else. Well, good for you. When I'm going to sell my soul, it's going to be for big money, not for $17 an hour. Or it's going to be never. But 74C does not offer any immunity. It doesn't offer anything to our private insurers to protect us from getting sued criminally or civilly. No immunity. You go find insurance. And what if you make a mistake and you actually read this thing and you thought that that meant you could control the flow of movement of the public and you caused a motor vehicle accident? Your insurance, if you had any, and your bosses is not going to cover you because, well, for whatever reason, they stuck that in 74C. 74C don't insure you. We do. Private corporations. So if you're so all-knowing, Gray Man, and you're so perfect in all of your memorization and recitation and collation of all the laws of Evermore, why is our law still wrong? Me wonders. Maybe you better start editing your pride and these papers. And however, we're going to get there. I haven't forgot. I might leave it to be the last thing. Mental gymnastics. You guys are so low IQ, I apologize for speaking my low IQ into your ear space. I don't believe any of you would still listen this far. Because light offends the darkness, and vice versa. So, my evil, wicked, stupid darkness must be offending your glowing angelic light. You superheroes. It shall be unlawful for anyone not licensed or registered as required under this chapter. Raleigh Police. Raleigh Police. You forgot 16. Advertise or hold himself out to be a licensee. Advertise or to hold himself out. Oh my God. Genders. Hello. Identities. To perform services for which a license is required when in fact the individual is not licensed or registered in accordance with this chapter. Raleigh Police. Hello? Hello? Quoth the city. Quoth the PD. 74C. It's writing right here in your paper. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. You guys cannot rewrite the law in these documents. You can, but go ask. I don't know about the new guy, because he rewrote the law and the jury instructions in the Red Book a year ago. I haven't looked or bothered. I don't care anymore. My time with all of that is finished. Go back and see my first live video here, vivisecting your Red Book and how stupid it was for you to allow some retired ex-cop to change the word firm to intelligent. There's a world of difference between those. Go see the other video. Who's managing this poop show? Nobody. Every single one of you lunatics thinks you're the lunatic in charge of the asylum. And you begrudge those that get gifted positions above you because they don't deserve it. You did. So you do everything to sabotage their work in their place. And you're not special. That's the fire we all choose to stand next to, you cops. You're on your own. You got your little circle of buddies. The only thing we have in common is Richard Epley and the Gray Man. All hell. And catch out Richard Epley doing something right. As much as I rag on him. Back in the September meeting, Richard Epley tried to point out and admitted freely that the people in the office do that stuff, and this is just what they're reporting to him. He doesn't do that. He's the boss of a company. He does boss stuff. He doesn't sit there doing registrations and background checks and typing redundant information over and over and over in the many, many computer screens that you got to do them over and over and over, and they won't even let you copy paste. Such is the way. But he was absolutely right. The no-bid vendor, CRC licensing, my CRC, keeps adding fees and fines and monies to all of us for everything and won't refund it. And it comes back 3 times in 2025. A friend of mine submitted background checks that they added Florida for $33. That's $99. And it came back clear. And of course, because everybody's oppressed and duressed, the second time he called them instead of writing them. And they said, oh, we'll make a note and it won't happen again. And then when it happened again, he didn't write them. He called them. So I can't provide you written proof. But yes, you were right, Richard Epley, that there is effery afoot. And somebody either needs to get us all together and say, hey, can you guys provide proof of this or give us some documentation? It's another thing, you bunch of incompetent boobs. None of you writes down anything. The name of good Mexican puercos, El Pastor. His name is Gary Pastor. He used to be just a well-connected, obviously he does good work because he charged extraordinarily high rates compared to all the whores of the industry who think that what makes you a better private investigator or security company is that you'll lose your wife's money to pay guards more than you charge the client so that you can have the client so no one else can. I have to sneeze. McRae. Excuse me. I sneezed. We're going to make it up in volume. I would love to see some of those books and tax returns, sir. Gary Pastor, in all 3 of the last meetings, has said very valid, very important things. In the September and November meetings, Bill McRae shut him down and barked as Bill McRae. And this time he used, I guess, a softer tone before he got up on his pompous horse. But he used the deflection techniques that why? Please, editors of the book, lovely lady that owns the company in Charlotte, that her blood is on your hands and yours, Paul Sherwin. Manager of the Watchmen of the Watchmen. Lovely lady, please, you and Karen, I beg of you, get rid of that deflection techniques garbage. I used to have delusions and dreams, and many people have offered to help me. Let's edit it, fix it, submit it to them 100 times and get rejected. Ray, Paul, my CPP 40-hour class. Take everything I've sent you so far, put it in front of the entire board and the committees, and tell them up or down, yes or no. And if you say no, you better point to a statute and or the administrative code that says why no. I go back to my way back in the day email where I demanded that since you guys won't help me and you keep changing the description of what I'm supposed to submit, I'm going to resubmit to you. I demand, and it's going to be, I'll send it through the front door of the DPS. Sorry, Mr. Schmeiss, but we're going to have to dirty up your office because all previous efforts with the previous secretary went into /dev/null. Ask your IT guys what that means. Then I must see, under a public records demand, I ain't requested nothing. I've read that law too. I want to see all the approved outlines. Every one of them. I was looking for something. I was thinking about something. Besides 74C, there's a boo-coos of administrative code. And it's in the stupid slideshows that you may not anything that even resembles police. Let's just finish up with Raleigh. There it is. Contract for employment, secondary employment. Under 74C. You guys can't do that no matter what. And let's see. Let's ask Giggle Bar. That's my neat nickname for Google Bar. How many officers is Raleigh Police short to be fully staffed? As of late 2025. See, now I'm doing journalism work. I'm trying to help you kids. Hey, everybody out there who ever wanted to be worn into oblivion working 2 regular hour jobs because the city won't pay cops overtime. And you can steal the job from us dummy security people. As of late 2025, the Raleigh Police Department is facing significant staffing shortages, reports indicating they are roughly 70 to over 100 officers short of being fully staffed. Then how the hell are you loaning them cops out to do security? Oh yeah, budgets, books, blah, blah. That would give them overtime, and that gives them bonus retirements, and that looks bad on the annual reports, and some stuck up snob somewhere in human resources will start telling us how the retirement and pension fund is going to get overpopulated by retired cops in 30 years. They ain't going to make it anyway. You're going to burn them out too. Remember, the number one attrition thing of law enforcement in America is ... Go ask a cop. Go ask everybody at the academy. Don't worry about it. Ain't that many going to make it that far anyway. But you mean to tell me that you can afford being 70 to 100 officers short to be having your officers out playing private security guard in Raleigh police cars and Raleigh police clothes? You should probably keep them on the clock, patrolling your streets. Tell whoever it is that would rather have police that there's such a thing as company police, and they can contact who you contracted with, even though I don't think that there's a whole lot of 100% right and integrity going on there. It's who's local and has the license and hasn't been complained out of the industry yet or revoked by PPSB or CJ standards. And that would be Capital Special. I heard bad things, but it can't be all bad because they ain't never had any, they've left some of their people out in the cold. But who cares? They're official company police. Fix your garbage, Raleigh. Get 74C off of there and get 74E on there. And there's only one local vendor. You're good. He'll work it out. You may have to raise that rate a little. And you ain't going to pay his people direct. He's going to get his management and supervision cut. Do it legal or don't do it. Set the example. Government, police. Let's go back. We got to take a look at the rules. Here's another one. NC DPS, NC Ledge, NC everybody. Contact your web server makers and get rid of this timeout. Once for about a week, this went instantly there. But now it's back to how it's been for many years. There's a timeout built at the front end of this web server. And it's not doing something. It's not collating information. It's not logging things and establishing TLS level securities. It's got a built-in Autobot. Don't display the page until the timeout times out. Cops, special provisions. And here's another one. It's a violation. Is it the end of the earth? No. But is it something that we should probably follow the rules? Yes. 150B, in one of its many, many things, says that no administrative code or rule can restate the law. There's no reason for it. If this is what it says in the law at NC 74C21, you must not, you may not, you should not restate it here. Okay, so guess what law enforcement special provisions there are? None. Read the law. Oh, prohibited acts. See the difference? They even know the difference. Elsewhere in these rules, these are the rules, as differentiated from the law. And this all has to do with nothing. See, the best thing to do after you've waited for the 1 minute timeout ever, anybody who, besides me, who's stupid enough to waste their time on this ridiculousness, because all you really need to do is pay your fees and fines, do whatever the hell the board tells you, give them over your client list, take one for the team, do a little this, do a that, coddle and help them conspire to conceal their girl abuser abuses in a uniform with your company names on it and all the other, his little private army working under your company name. Yeah, all that stuff. Just do that. And you could be one of us too. Go to Chapter 16 Consolidated. You get a PDF document. Now you search for, I think it's under uniforms. So it's a violation of code under 0104, uniforms and equipment. No holder of anything. Hold on. Anything you've got. Which, of course, it doesn't say Raleigh cops doing what Raleigh cops do. Damn the law. This rule applies to holders of. This rule applies to everybody. Because otherwise you're working without a license, registry, trainee, permit, unarmed security guard registration, armed security guard registration. Any of them. You're working without it. So you're working illegal in violation of 74C. Cop badge or not, you shall not Nobody, while engaged in private protective services. Listen, hello, carefully, gray man. Your word mincing. Yuck, yuck, yuck. And go listen to what Paul Sherwin said in the meeting about those CPP cops. While engaged in those PPS, they're doing it in police uniforms and police cars. Remember that. Shall wear or display any badge, insignia, device, shield, or patch or pattern that indicates or tends to indicate that the individual is a sworn law enforcement officer, or that contains or includes the word police or equivalent thereof, or is similar in wording to any law enforcement agency in the local area of the licensee's operations. Granted, this is another one of those administrative codes that the board itself is responsible for. So there may be a whole heck of a lot more typographical and grammar-aphical and math-aphical, every kind of error in here. But it is pretty daggone clear right there, isn't it? No holder, while performing any private security service, shall have or utilize any vehicle or equipment displaying the words law enforcement officer, police, or the equivalent thereof. And by equivalent thereof, because they don't dare say, because they don't want to incur the ire and wrath of the North Carolina Sheriff's Association, or deputy, or sheriff. So notice how they pick on the cops, but not the sheriffs? Well, those are equivalent. Or have any sign, shield, marking, accessory, or insignia that indicates that the vehicle is a vehicle of a law enforcement agency. Next time you're at some kind of screwball convention, getting a good mixed drinks on the board and on us taxpayers and fees and fines and multiple registration paying fools, dime, Mr. Sherwin, rent those bad cops that are stealing our jobs. Illegally breaking the code is a misdemeanor violation of 74C. Hand it to them and say the next time you ever hear about this, if you do it again, you're going to get charged with your misdemeanor violation of 74C, and you'll lose your law enforcement certification. Got it? And mean it before you go running your mouth as the director of the clerical office. Make sure you get upstairs and crawl on your hands and knees in front of Mr. Jeffrey Smythe and say, "Sir, will you help me?" And you take all the credit, sir. This is all your idea. I know. You're afraid like all the rest of them. I'm not supposed to tell everybody that Paul Sherwin put me up to this. He's a genius. But he's so afraid of them, and they're all so bad that, like many others, he's like, they hate you anyway, man. Will you do this? I got you, bro. I got you, bro. So I don't care what you got shoehorned in to some bill or some jackety jackass something or other, gray man. And you pat yourself on the back of it and so proud of it. Define what is. Listen, lawyer dude. You and your ilk's place for that is in courtrooms, in closed sessions, where everybody else who's involved signed up for that crap. The rest of us slobs in America and us peasants throw poop in the poop pile, trash in the trash pile. We say what we mean and mean what we say, and we have to do no other than try to behave with our limited, lesser than, my law school's better than your law school educations. I don't care what you got written somewhere, anywhere, something else. Nobody. Dear Rules Review Commission, this is a typographical error. No person. Because the way this code is written, it would only affect somebody who had applied and gotten a license permit or blah, blah, blah. We're talking about cops that don't care and they don't have any of this, even though it is required. Crime upon crime upon crime. And it's all good. No human. It's a typographical error. No person. No body. Alive or dead. Including Raleigh police. So there you go. I don't care if they're CPPs or anything else. And the other thing that I already sent the email to the lawyer and Paul Sherwin, but I want to point it out here because it's in the meeting. Right at that point where I was trying to find Paul Sherwin talking about the cops running CPP and bragging about it. Snicker, snicker. Well, you know, it doesn't say at that 121, it says private investigator security. You guys forgot to update the law. Well, that's okay. The code's got it covered. And the code doesn't restate the law. Where the law left it unclear, the code fixed it. Only that this says holder. It needs to say person. That's a typographical or meaning error that the maintainer or whatever, the clerk, I forget, the registrar, the register, the Rules Review Commission themselves, without adding an amendment in this history, as has been done many, many times in the last, God knows it's infinity times since COVID. This stuff is changed hundreds of times since COVID, and there's no amendment. Because all kinds of people can submit it and change it as what's called a technical correction, and those don't get recorded or logged. I have no idea how in this world can we find out who changed it, when. And I don't care. I got better things to think about. Like dudes getting shouted to death over a possible shoplifting. Possible. And poor little girls, poor young women getting a good one, a soldier's one. See the movie Gladiator. Insert at the clavicle and get the widow maker or widower maker. Told you I had a bad gallows. It's not even called humor unless you take the original French drama, which I do. See my yin and yang. It's got the comedy and tragedy masks in there, and if you go look up the original of them, the one smiling is tragedy. French are backwards anyway. So there you go. Don't care what they're doing. The cops can't do it, sir. All your bibbledy-babbledies about concealed carry, which is meaningless. You messed that up too. You're over on that side of the house messing around with CJS also, gray man. The PPSB was founded in whatever, 1972 or something. 1974, I don't remember. I don't care. Concealed carry handgun permits became a thing. Thank you, Mr. R. Stephen Johnson. All the legends say that the state was like, what can we do? What can we do? Godfather Johnson, what can we do? And you said, I got you, and wrote us a concealed carry referendum. Good job, sir. So since 1995, Not that it ever meant anything anyway, because we're only allowed to work on private property, except for the private investigators and the security guards doing escort between the premises. Concealed carry handgun is concealed carry handgun. We don't need an endorsement. Our endorsement on our registration permits or license, whether you call it a permit or I forget the other word, endorsement, all your many mistyped and misspelled names for concealed carry markers on PPS paperwork is moot. It is pointless. It means nothing. They either have a North Carolina concealed carry handgun permit or they don't. Nothing about your PPSB markings on your PPSB paperworks or computer systems has any effect in North Carolina law. Are you finished? Do you understand? Is your mind done racing? Or are you going to write to me that I need to see 15 whatever 11 and then attach to the bottom of your unprofessional letter 15 whatever 12? If you want me to see 11 and you're going to cite it in your above, then why did you attach 12, me wonders? And we still have to deal with the other. So we got police and police. That's the places where it tells you you cannot impersonate police. Guess where else it tells it in law? I don't know. Besides the fact that Raleigh's 100 police officers short. What's de minimis? Roughly 70 means 50. Well, then you don't need them out working security. You guys can't even define arrest after I gifted it to you. Okay. Mine says one watching. This may be just me. That's fine. I was going to search for something, and now I don't remember. Very tired. Well past midnight. Let me think. What was I ranting about? Let's just make a note in the book. At 5:54. Man, I went a lot of hours. I did good. 30. Brain froze. Been on it about RPD, gray men, lawyers, and their twisting and misuse and abuse of words, impersonating police, how the PPSB must start using the misdemeanor provision in cooperation with local DAs to truly start to clean up this mess. Good job, George. George says, I am the one watching. But when I was the only one, it said one watching. And then a while ago, when it was you and me, it said two watching. But I think it's just my browser or my YouTube or I don't care. It could well be YouTube because I just went back and forth with another. I don't dare call myself a content person, a video uploader.
The only one said one watching, and then a
Uh,
while ago
uh-oh.
when it was you and me, it said two watching. But I think it's just my.
I guess you caught that. I was echoing through or doubling through your microphone. Anyway, the other night it told the guy that he had 400,000 viewers right now. And then as soon as he ended his live stream, because there was nobody typing in the chat, it said he'd had 4,300 viewers. But no matter how you add it up, there wasn't even 4,300 minutes of watch time on his several hour long live stream. YouTube, because of algorithms or bugs in the machine, is making mistakes. I am just so prideful in myself. I think they just want to keep me quiet. Don't let him get monetized. He'll keep playing those silly old 15-year-old games on here, and we don't need that. Something. Oh, I'll have to go back and listen to this thing myself later and fill in some of these gaps. My brain froze because there's ice stuff pitter-pattering outside.
What it was, or the most your whole scream, it wouldn't let me into the talking with you until just now. But I've been watching nearly the whole time. I don't know.
Yeah. That would only be OBS. But I'm glad you're here.
Discord. No, I'm talking clicking into Discord. It wouldn't let me click into Discord.
Oh, yeah. I meant Discord. I said OBS. I always blame OBS. I'm sorry, OBS. I love you.
And also didn't force it because of your email.
Yeah, and I was really on a roll, as you've heard. I have more to do and more to do about that goofy lawyer. Something else he said, but we've covered the concealed carry. Oh, I remember.
If you want me to, I can just listen via YouTube and let you keep going.
No, hang out here a minute. Maybe someone else will come in and talk to you that didn't come in and chat or whatever with. I'm going to go take a pee and then come right back. So we're going to say, because it's 55900, we're going to say 6:00:00. Another pee break. When back, gray man and that define we silliness. RE expunge. Okay, I'm gonna grab some beverage. I'll be right back and unload some
Okay.
beverage.
I hope someone does define we. Just brings back something I thought was a joke. Is if someone says we need to do this, and you want to look at him, and go, who's this we, white man? You got a mouse in your pocket?
Well, you know what happens when you drink a whole, I think it's a quart jar full of water and a standard size coffee cup full of coffee?
Whee!
Yep. You may have to spend a few moments unloading it. All right. We are back. Tomorrow, sometime, all other things, life not interrupting the proper response to live, like updating this timestamp thing with finding what I was looking for and getting a time coded link to my upload of the meeting that we're talking about inserted into this text of the log. Not only did the Addy, the gray man, make great pomp and circumstance and read the riot act of how stupid the two who submitted comments in the public comment period about expungement are, and a special extra effort how we don't know how to read the internets or laws. It's unnecessary, dude. If you want to call me a dumb poop, you just call me a dumb poop. Your little whiny 5-year-old child or 9-year-old child word mincing around. I wrote him in an email because you also made the mistake, sir, that I should probably seek remedy. Ha ha ha. Seeking not after justice in this lawless prison hell that is the United States of America that only rewards evil, being you. Just saying. Don't worry, I'll fade away. And when you feel lawyer mighty, never mind the G words. Those are coward tools. Get in the ring, MFer. That's a Guns N' Roses song. I'll wear gloves. You can wear safety padding. And I will beat you until infinity and beyond. Yes, that's the world I grew up in. I don't play in yours. I don't go into your courts and run my stupid mouth and talk about my security or law enforcers. You can either keep your crap in your court or realize that you ain't the rich kid at the school whose mommy works in administration, so you can't say that stuff because everybody knows you're untouchable. You're out here in the real world, and this is a real stupid world, where until 112 years ago, we could call each other out in the street because I don't want to live on this planet with the likes of you. And we could stand in the street because when you're called out, you come out. You don't make little smarmy-castic comments. Told you, if you're going to go come at me, come correct. I don't know about the other one, because you a-holes won't do your job according to the law. All of you PPSB. And guess what? The guy that is now the secretary, the boss of you, please, Jeffrey Smythe, terminate any agreement that DPS, CJETS, and or the PPSB has with the gray man. Cut him loose. It's time for new, fresh meat who won't go out and even give the appearance of impropriety, who will behave beyond reproach and remain unquestionable when he is representing you, Mr. Smythe. The blood of them, the blood of me, Mr. Smythe, is on you. These are your babies. When you choose to be the boss, the secretary of the department, the president, the governor, the chief of police, you get all the credit and all the blame. And now, let's deal with now we're going to deal with, listen, gray man, you, the board members, and all of the board employees have failed in violation of North Carolina law. And that's a law violation. You should all be at least written up, re-educated. If I could get the ear of anybody who would want to do the right thing in this entire government, but you guys ran him out. His name was Chad T, 9LL only. That was the last good person anywhere in our government, any political subdivision thereof, and you drove him out just like you're dying to drive me out. And don't worry, you win. I'm fading away. I'm going to leave you alone. Swan song it. Why? Because you deserve each other. And you deserve a furthermore industry where nobody will speak truth to your power or light to your darkness. You're a bunch of backstabbing little crybabies. So here we go. How you failed to do your job, Mr. Gray Man, the Addy, the lawyer. You are required to publish minutes of those meetings and any written public comments you got prior to final submission and vote so that everybody can see what's going on. None of you did that. None of you have control of your web page, people. There's no archive of it anywhere. So you can think you can get up in that room as if it's not being broadcast on the internet and say whatever the hell you want to say. And I asked you in response, which is the other unprofessional thing you did, sir. It's unprofessional and unethical for your private law firm to be sending me emails about anything. CC Paul Sherwin or not. You should have submitted that to the board and said, hey guys, I need you guys to vote your committee votedness upon this. Is this what you want to send to him? And you send it in your name, not my name and the law firm name. And that's why I replied you the way I did and told you, you win, you're so smart, and you hurt my feelings, because I hope you think I did. If you hear nothing else in all this, you hurt my feelings. And you can go pound your chest and howl like Tarzan that you got me. You put me in my place. You sure showed me. But now on my internet tube, that hopefully I can get somebody to listen to, or at least clip this piece and forward it to your wife, or I don't care who. I replied to your assistant and tried to be as professional as I could, but hey, I don't know who this law firm is. I guess we're friends. Unsolicited email. Saying lies. You, in the meeting, misrepresented, and that's the nicest way I'm going to put it, what I said. And what I said was, private employers may not inquire of private employees about expunged criminal records. Period. End of line. It's law number 153 something. The first offense subjects the private employer to a $500 fine. And I don't care. I tried. There's no need for you to get all huffity-puffity as if I insulted you because you wrote that trash. Put your pride aside, learn to be objective, and do your job. And if you do listen to this, bill the board $1,000 million for it. They don't question you. So, well, I spent my time listening to Dee's ranting. You owe me whatever is left in the bank. $1 million. Send them a bill. They'll pay it. They don't question you. They grovel at your feet and talk shit behind your back. I'll talk the trash to your face, sir. And so here we go. I never said that the board didn't have the power. You have all the power. If you want to submit requests to the office of the courts for expunged records without the licensee or the applicant or registrant or anybody else knowing anything about it, you have been approved that silliness by the legislator and the idiot governor that signed it. The problem with all of this is, and why it was about a public thing, has nothing to do with the law. We don't have anything to do with the law. We'd have to go bribe with money, wine, and underage girls one of these idiot legislators to fix the law correctly. Is because you, sir, in cooperation with Paul Sherwin and the rest of these people, said that what we were public commenting on was administrative code changes that said licensees and applicants must. And we are not employees of the government like you. They must not. You go ahead. You process everybody for all the expungement you want, going back as far as you want, as long as you do it internally without exposing private employers to liability against their private employees. And if I could get the ear of anybody, I would damn well make sure that someone at Department of Labor set their eyes upon this so that when 1,800 morons start abusing the rights of their potential employees, the Department of Labor cleans up. And if I can't be clear about it, remember, I don't get paid to speak and write stupid words like you do, sir. It's a matter of birth and circumstance. My manifest destiny makes me off of a non-existent registration, and I don't have any requirements, and I don't have to go around and fluff the trousers of my neighbors at the Barristers Association. I have to stand in the breach between innocence and danger. My whole life, even when I try to get away from it, that is where I have found myself. And playing your stupid word games is not a thing I tolerate lightly. All gray men. You got away with too much for too long. Go search some channels. I wish I could get the ear of somebody with a voice or some money to shut you people down. So next time you're busy making much to do and puffing your little chest out over your little bigger belly, thinking that you're saying something when what you're saying is a misstatement. And if you are so careless and reckless in your due diligence, as I asked you in the email, did you even bother to read it, or did you let them lie to you? and give you some of their interpretation in summary. Puffed up, prideful fool. I hope it turns out that you were so reckless and careless and lack your due diligence that either one, you willfully and intentionally misstated what I wrote, or two, they got you, they fooled you, they dug a hole for you and you ran right into it. And they're probably right now, if they got this far, laughing their ass off and say, we tried to warn him. Don't F with Dean, just leave him alone. I got better things to think about in my life, like how it's to sit around and tolerate anybody else asking me stupid questions, like did a grain of bullets matter? No. The answer is no. And how do we integrate into our training, of which we get 20 hours to teach them the how to and the why or why not to? Or worse, a concealed carry class, where now I don't have any rules. I don't have to teach them nothing. Jeffrey Gray, go back and take a look at all those links to all those web pages I put up on my web page about we're good to go now. However you did it, you messed it up, and you are quashing and quelling innovation and discouraging and dispiriting, like breaking a horse, taking its life and its spirit out of it. That's fine. That's what you're doing to me. And you did a good job. You chained me to the ground just right, Gray Man. And just like in concealed carry, those of us that have it, when the rules got so messed up that the state deleted them, and you took advantage of that and lied to those self-appointed anointeds that, well, now that we were not going to let any new instructors into the program, you have an exclusive lock on it. See, we're the good guys. We helped you. What if some texting teenager kills us on the road driving? Shouldn't we be encouraging our next generation and our posterity to sign a little paper and send a couple bucks a year to become teachers and trainers in that industry? I always train my replacement. I beg people to replace me, do a better job than me, and because of the likes of you, PPSB and Gray Man, I don't want to teach anybody anything good. I want you all to run around pulling them G words out of your ass cracks and off your ankles and KIA as many innocent as you can, including wounding each other in your each other's prides, and then sit around and blame each other for it. And mince your words. Did he say that the board can't do something? Let me show on the screen in the little underline. He didn't say that. He said private employers cannot. NC law, I think it's 153. Private expungement. Once granted, the individual may lawfully deny the existence of an expunged record to employers and government agencies. They may lawfully deny it. And it's somewhere in that 153, and I'm not going to research and read it for you, jerk. All right, maybe I am. No person. Ready? Letter B. Small letter B. Or should we just number it 2 in our PPSB books? No person as to whom an order of expunction has been entered pursuant to this article shall be held thereafter under any provision of any laws to be guilty of perjury or otherwise giving false information. Because they don't recite or acknowledge the arrest. And yes, somewhere in here, under one of these other numbers, pursuing the provisions, that you really have to make tenuous connections to say that, oh, yeah, PPSB is just as damn important as the North Carolina Sheriff's Education Training and Standards Commission. You sure are. You sure ain't. Employer, letter C. An employer or educational institute shall not, in any application, interview, or otherwise. Did you hear that part, or you want me to yell it into my microphone again? Shall not require an applicant for employment or admission to disclose information concerning any arrest, criminal charge, or criminal conviction of the applicant that has been expunged, and shall not knowingly and willingly inquire about. And it doesn't matter. And I hope they all screw up. And somebody, please, North Carolina Department of Public Safety, do you have a civil rights branch? DOJ, you have civil rights branch. Watchdog these bums. And when they get their stupid new code in, and they get permitium to add it to the application, and these idiot employers start doing it, bust them, destroy them. And then, Bill, make sure that you don't ask your employees that. So then when everybody else in the whole state loses their license over you got them with this tricky expungement stuff, because they lose their ability to do business in this state, because they force their employees to answer permitium questions, they're out of business. They'll have their Secretary of State business license canceled. The agencies, this subsection does not apply to state or local law enforcement agencies authorized pursuant to 15A151, which is what you keep quoting. The new amended went into effect, and somehow the shoe horned in the PPSB. Hold your horses, define we, gray man. The PPSB is not an agency. It is not a department. It's an office or a division. You should have had them wrote Department of Public Safety. Go look at all of the rules at the publishing authority since forever. Anything you submit, including this that you submitted, update the code that claims you're going to fix 40-year-old problems by inventing 4-minute-old problems and not fixing any of the 40-year-old problems. Okay. That takes some lawyer math. Or is that CPA math, Bill Murray? So there you go. There's the exceptions under 145.4 and 145.5. Penalty for violation, $500. After receipt of a written warning, the first offense is a warning. After that, it's $500 for each additional violation. In determining the amount of any penalty ordered under the authority section, the commissioner shall give due consideration to the appropriateness of the penalty with respect to the size of the business of the person being charged, the gravity of the violation, the good faith of the person. It can't be said in good faith. If I can argue all of this and read the law, which you accuse me of being incapable of doing, sir, or lazy and not wanting to, and he must not have looked at the law, he must have looked at Google AI overviews or something. Or you did. And who's got a pattern of this activity? You. Don't project yourself upon me. The person charged with the violation takes exception, blah, blah, blah. Administrative proceeding. Hand delivery. And the Commissioner of Labor may adopt, modify, or revoke such rules as are necessary in carrying out the provisions of this subsection. Please, Commissioner of Labor, whoever the heck you are, and I'm not looking you up, get yourself ready to adopt some rules that any 74C employer that gets a complaint about their asking their employees is going to immediately get turned over to the Secretary of State to have their corporate charter or license or registration revoked in this state. Because they're criminals. And that is not administrative code. Silly. That's a law. Which you didn't look at, even though I included a reference and a link in the letter I sent to the board. So you either willfully ignored it, put it in your paw, and didn't bother to look at it. Shall we go back to the Ezekiel's or whatever it was we looked at earlier? That you're blind? You're a dog with no bark? And I don't care. You've driven me away from your industry. You can have you and your company or denizen of thieves. You can all sit around together and pat each other on the back. I never wanted to be in your club. I just wanted to accept my fate, teach my little classes, and not worry about stuff. I guess you guys can't understand and you can't empathize because you don't work that way. If you're not tearing somebody down with your huge mental gymnastics and giant IQ acumen that does exactly the opposite of what you think it does, then, oh well. So there we go. I guess we're done with the gray man and that ridiculousness of expungement. All of you private employers, quote the gray man and get yourselves in trouble with the Commissioner of Labor, please. All you private investigators and owners, Gary Pastor, get eyes on. Get yourself something out on your web pages or whatever. That you're a private investigator and a security company. If the bosses do this stuff to you, especially board member license holder bosses, you will help these poor PIAs, and the PIAs don't really have a shot. They still have to sort of apply directly to the board, sort of, kind of, maybe. But any of the security people, offering them a free private investigators, no dear whatever, I don't care. I know another one. Andy Renfro, get a load of this. Mr. Josh Freeman, with your lawyer partner, I'm very disappointed and sad with you, especially after I tried again to reach out and communicate to you and you people won't acknowledge your emails or acknowledge the fact that you don't know how to look in your emails, and you've still got Jason listed as a member of your company. You're a lawyer, a private investigator, and a security license holder. You too, Mr. Pastor. You guys have all the power, all the clout. Mr. Freeman, get them caught up and use your free attorney to bring free attorney actions against them for inquiring of their private employees about expunged records. Because the guy at the meeting said so. If simple people want to jump in holes that allows other simple, scared children people to dig themselves a better hole themselves in this world, so be it. Bless your destiny that you got through law school. And I'm still really pissed off that when given the opportunity to take the power of an attorney, even for your own self-protection, and that innocent third parties would benefit by you lawyerly and professionally and quietly correcting this mess 2 years ago now. You guys wandered off with dollars in your eyes and drunk on wine and power. Either kind of wine, W-H-I-N-E, and or power. It's very sad. I thought a thought that I won't share here. There we go. I posted a link in the chat. I've got a link in the log document. I ragged pretty good on the gray man. And all the rest of you on the board sitting around, none of you have any excuse. If you can't handle it and don't ever want this to happen again, then you better get yourself into a class somewhere how to be assured, knowledgeable in your roles and your duties as a board or commission in a side office or satellite office of the Department of Public Safety. That is highly less important than the DMV. Does it have value? Yes, it could. But you will learn, and why I can't decide what should I name these things if I should ever do them again. Next time I go live, I'm going to go with the other blonde chick, the digital one named Nova. And I'll probably play through that campaign and try to detach myself 1/1,000,000th as much as Bill McRae is disconnected and detached from any and all realities. And hope to never hear from any of you again, and curse the name of anybody willfully ignore Ant. Remember, ignore doesn't mean uneducated or without information. It means you had the knowledge and you choose willfully to ignore it. If you are going to ignorantly play in this septic tank known as Private Protective Services crud in North Carolina, with or without 74C and all the gray men, don't tell me about the crap in the septic tank. You knew that going in. And I think that'll be about enough of a dear PPSB and a gray man and dear Jeffrey Smythe, savior of all PPSBs and DPSs. It is your destiny, sir. I wish I could have just replied to your little undisclosed recipient's email. Yay. I hope, and maybe it'll take some editing, but now I can do it. In a day or two, YouTube will produce for me a text version of this madness called subtitles or CCs, auto-generated, that I can copy paste into a big old stupid weblogger page or something. Or not. Or a complaint to the board, to the Rules Review Commission. Hey, Rules Review Commission. Oh, damn it. I closed the file. Dang nabbit. Did it download? Let's ask. Did you download? No. Oop. I meant we shall wait again. Wait for the timeout. Go there. Go there. Scroll. Go there. Ugh. It pulled it out of cache. You rock fire fox. Then we're going to go to consolidated. Dear all of you, State of North Carolina, PPSB, you do not need to submit an amendment. This is how I know you people don't bother to look at this stuff. You just do whatever the hell you want to. And stand around in a circle and vote yourselves right under Robert's Rules of Business and Parliamentary Procedure, abbreviated 1648. For damn near 20 years, I have been giggling at your semicolon and however maintenance under subparagraph C3 may be reviewed after firing. It reminds me of a goofy, dehydrated, starved for days, poor, naive beauty pageant girl. And however, maintenance may be reviewed after. Bill Matt Ray. Did Karen Battle come to you and say, right your wicked ways? Man, Karen, did you write your wicked ways of filing his papers and not looking at them and seeing that none of his classes meet this requirement of code? Even if he could somehow verify Paul Sherwin, do your Paul Sherwin Locke Holmes investigation into his stuff. See Karen Battle. None except one of his recertification classes included even the lie of classroom prior to range. And however, maintenance, paragraph C3, which is about 1 hour, may be reviewed after range firing. Guess why that is? Why would we do maintenance after firing? Because it's the only way we're going to get our people to clean their G words. The rest of it must come first, including there's a memo somewhere or several emails from Gary Ray Bullard about the fact that you better at least damn well get in that classroom and rediscuss safety. Are you nuts? You didn't train these people last year. And you're going to take them to a shooting range that you're standing on. I guess if I never hear anything back, I may or may not file a complaint through the front door, through the complaints at the PPSB website, which leads to a whole nother rant and rage about that 40-hour CPP class and the last email from Gary Ray Bullard telling me how much he's trying to help me against the evil, wicked boards. And once he's gone, and who knows what the board will do. Come on, Ray. Come on. Dude. Bruh. Brother. Stop telling me nonsense and start telling them reality. You may have chosen to forget or chosen, because how many people's rights have you violated throughout your real police career? All the rest of you up there, you ain't former cops. You ain't veteran cops. Ray is. He rode the Blue Lightning long enough to get his retirement. No one else there did. Maybe that new employee, somebody about the SBI. I apologize, sir and or ma'am. But as far as the last at least many years that I've been involved in it, because you guys are brand new, less than 1 month old or 2 months old, I don't know you, and I will never know you. Maybe you're the ones. You can fix the board. But Ray, for real, that's crazy talk. If you ever cared or ever noticed, all my stuff has been on my website since before you ever knew what a PPSB was. By decades. The first part of any of my classes is how to file a complaint on me. If you cannot, goes the mantra to all of my classes. If after our time together, you can't express to me, and believe me, I know, I call myself the world's most frustrated and articulate. And you can go verify it with any single body. Go dig up all my rosters and all of my certificates for the arm classes and ask them, did that dude really tell you to go complain on him? Yes. And I've said it so long, it's just part of my BS. It's a well unscripted, practiced routine. Because if I do you a disservice, which I stole from Chad circa 2014, before that, I would say if I did anything to harm you in this class, don't let me ever do that to someone else again. If you can't help me fix it, or if I'm such an a-hole that you think you can't speak to me or write to me or say to me, hey man, you really need to knock that out of your class or add this to your class or whatever, then please complain to the PPSB and get me shut down, because I do not ever, especially not taking somebody's money and or time. Time being more important than money. Money can be replaced. If you steal somebody's time, they can never recover it. So that's why, Ray, I don't need you to pretend that you could protect me, because you can't. They've thrown you under the bus more than you threw yourself under the bus. They talk infinity trash about you behind your back. All of them. So I don't need any more. Do it like you did it the first time. I meant the third time, second time. Do it with small Roman letters instead of big Roman letters. How about numbers? Take the hours away. You didn't include an outline with hours in it. I ain't going to mess with it anymore. Everybody else whose name is at the top of that pile of papers, including, they all have the email from Paul Sherwin many, many moons ago that said, I don't have to submit an outline. Paul Sherwin, are you the director of that board or not? So I don't care. And when I do wind this down and send to what little customers I have left that haven't already bought into all everybody else's BS about how, you can get with Bill McRae, he ain't going to make you do no classroom. He might not even make you shoot. He'll go with his friend Joel to the range. They'll shoot some targets. You guys go about your life. He wants to be your friend. Don't call him class clown to his face. And if he signs you an illegal certificate, you won't go get a legal one from Dean there. See what a bunch of idiots you guys are? I mean, scared children. Scared children. Unenlightened, uneducated. Define we. If you're going to get that goofy, go full presidential goofy, Bill Clinton lawyer goofy, and start requiring definitions of what is even is, and however. So as a technical correction, I'll know somebody heard something somewhere, possibly, maybe, when you fix that sentence, because there's no good in and however. Hey, government, the whole thing, but especially that little guard card office known as the PPSB. Get Grammarly, it's free, not a sponsor, but you could be. And that's it. I'm not going to say anything else about you people. I'm going to go back to, if I can find it, I'm very tired. I'm going to go back to, I wish I had a good picture. There was one on that web page, but it kept popping its ads up in front of, and I've had suffered that on the tube before. That somebody's ad got me marked for a copyright. Not a strike, but they don't advertise through Google and YouTube. So they're sure as heck not going to be allowed to get advertising space on some moron's YouTube channel. And then we're going to look at the one dedicated to the PPSB. We're going to drag it over here. Leave enough room for me and George. So it can't be, oh, you know what? It can be full screen. And now I can even zoom it. And me and George still fit with our little green circles. Circles.
Yep.
That here, in the famous words, not redefine these words, not whatever, not this lawyer, official lawyer, or just an outhouse lawyer, which is my own terminology. Go see. I'm from California, the lawyer state. They should rename it Ka-lawyer. Fornia, or lawyer fornication. The Watchmen, his Watchmen, all the Watchmen, and the Watchmen of Watchmen, all of you that so running around with your proud military ranks and your titles in the private suck-irity industry. She's on you. Her blood is on you. And so is this one. Both of these beautiful children were permanently harmed that day. This one suffers no more. This one does. And you can't comprehend it. Don't worry about it. Go lie to yourself about everything. Go make yourself an excuse and slough your responsibility. It doesn't make you special. I have no extra special disdain for you. I'll tell you my sub-mayonnaise story. Go look it up. Subway sandwich, mayonnaise, 40-year-old woman and a 16-year-old girl with a BS title of manager and a bad boss and a bad attitude. Not anymore. There are fates worse than DOA. Hunt it down yourself. And I can't find out her name, and I'm not so crass and cruel. I really did spend almost 40 minutes with the little black box. Just black box her out and put these words, I'm sorry, Iryna and family, and Dennis and his family. And by family, I mean anybody and everybody who feels anything for poor people who got KIA'd and didn't need it. What I didn't put in this little thumbnail because I gave up. I'm not good at this stuff, and I don't want to be in it. I want to look the other way. I'm sorry to you, ma'am. I'm sorry this happened. I'm sorry that everything. And to your loved ones who will have a diminished you, a less naive you, a less childish you. Because I've had a saying since I was a very small child. I have many sayings. Some of these came about because I have always lived in a very wicked, cruel world. The cliche that evil prospers where good men fail to act, I crossed the word act out of and wrote in exist before my age could be counted in double digits. All humans are unseen. They are all ignorant. They are all mute dogs. They cannot bark. They lie around and dream. They love to sleep. Especially the ones that perform the services of or hold themselves out as the true watch persons. And have nothing but excuses, BS, lies, and class clown selfie-facing, I won't shut my pie hole garbage about CPA and numbers and numbers and CPA and numbers. Have you ever done a family notification, board member, any of you? Have you ever done the door knock? I have. Have you ever held an 11-year-old girl where she bled out in your arms? I have. Do I have long degree? No. I'm a man of steel. Not like Superman. I don't think myself that much. Go look up the old terminologies. I'm a fighting guy. The world made me that way. I tried desperately not to be. And the whole reason I'm with the PPSB and ever darkened your people's glorious castle in the clouds was because I wanted to continue my employment with the secret deadly gas when agitated company that corporate rapper replaced the imbecilic outfit denizen of monkeys that was formerly Blackwater, and go overseas and pop noggins and teach other ones how to do it for $185,000 a year. But because the Blackwater guys screwed it up so bad, now the big federal government contractors involved in overseas war fighting, including training others, got required as DOJ US, not NC, lawyers took over the management and operations of the arteries formerly known as Blackwater and said, well, just go get registered with the NC PPSB or licensed. We don't really know. And then you can come back and work for us under a contract for corporate layered liability protection. And that's okay. I tell baby kids when they say, I'm going to go be a cop, I can read them in a second. They're never going to let you be a cop. Because why? I tell them 5 years later when they beg me to tell them, how did you know? Because you ain't dirty. And they know. They cannot articulate it. They cannot get you to be dirty. And you make them feel lesser than, not because you hold yourself out as more than, because that's who they are. They don't know what they don't like about you, kid, but they don't like it a lot. Because dark is repulsed by light. That's why. And the rest of us, and the rest of all this, is just people. Who's reached out to any of these witnesses and said, hey, you guys okay? When they went a month later, and the local, I don't remember which Charlotte local news, went out and spent 5 hours writing these things. How come they never saw a single security? Oh, because they're out working security in Pineville. Shooting shoplifters for shoplifting. Allegedly. And I really do want to reiterate one last time. And we'll close with these poor babies on the screen. Both of them. Yin and yang. Black and white. Or dark Latino. I don't know. And I'm sorry if you're not white, Iryna. Whatever you identify as. The other thing that really bugs me is them taking during the reading. Well, there's two things about the reading of the start of this month's board. It was very interesting. It was a very interesting listen to and read, and maybe one day they'll upload the files so we can read it ourselves. Number one, lawyer dude said he wasn't the lawyer. He was just some dude. Well, did you charge them contract lawyer hours to stand there and read that? When we could have, there's a plethora or 22 or 44 or 5 million lesser paid government employees that could have stood up there and read that. They were all on the clock. You could have handed it off to Paul Sherwin. If you recused yourself from lawyerdom, then you should have recused yourself from lawyer money. Or were you up there working off the clock because you're not going to let somebody else read into the record? That's your record. And if you can't have it, no one can. That's number one. Number two, why did you send a black lady to sit in the audience at the back of the bus or train during that reading of the OAC ruling that's not a ruling or decision that's not a decision? It's really just sort of a recommendation, kind of like parking lines. They're not a rule, they're just kind of a recommendation. Which, go back and listen to yourself, gray man, and understand why I won't go to the OAC/OAH, whatever you're calling it this week, because back then it was the Attorney General. The several times before I have tried. And when you file as an aggrieved party or person, and you address it to the director of the PPSB or just name the PPSB as an entity, they reject your filing and say PPSB isn't an agency. The DPS, or back then, the DOJ is. So then when you name that DOJ or DPS and try to serve filing on the secretary or the attorney general, the same Office of Administrative Courts responds to you, we can't accept that filing because that's the agency and your problem is with the board. And it's a big runaround. And it's a big fun around. And you remember, there, but for the grace of God, goes your children. Both of them. Or whatever. Doesn't matter. Nothing like that could ever happen to any of you. You're so well assured because it hasn't so far. But I really would like to know why, of all the recusals in all the world, in all the gin joints, in all the world, where all Steve Johnson can talk about is getting together and having a beer. Don't say things like that on the record, Steve. Not even the appearance of impropriety. So for all that, why did you make the black woman step down and get off the camera? And we'll leave it at that. It's a rhetorical question. She volunteered to. Blah, blah, blah. If any of you was a real man or woman, if there was any adult in that whole room, they'd have said, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't step down. You sit right up there. If anybody can sit up there, all bodies can sit up there. If Steve Johnson can sit up there and promise to be quiet, so can she. Beyond reproach, unquestionable. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Hello, two watching. I hope there are actually two watching. I love you very much, George. Thank you for hanging out and keeping the view count up and the hours up.
Yep.
And now, because it is very late, let me mark it in the thing. It is 2:00. I guarantee you my dinner, I call it supper, they call it here in the South, that my beautiful woman's wife, my Priscilla, made for me many moons ago is very cold.
Yep.
But that's okay. Now my ice cold blood runs 1 degree warmer. Getting that trash out of me. Let's see. 7:06:10 at 2:00 a.m. on January. What is today now? 26. 2026.
Yep.
On that time, on this day, main screen turn off. Don't jump off quite yet, George.
I'm not.
Let me close the
I
chat.
wanted to say something, but I didn't want to say it in chat. Well, with this thing going.